All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Happy Monday. Hope your week's off to a good start. So we are officially 22 days away from when we got to release this thing. Luckily, we're down to 10 issues. Some of the stuff might get punted. We'll see. The media pack with stuff would be nice, but like that's not a code thing, so whatever. But we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Did I not? Yeah, I broke this up, didn't I? No, I didn't create the tickets for this yet. Okay, so technically we have more tickets, but that's okay. Not a big deal, But yeah. So we're gonna start with the first step of this tonight, which is going to be serializing the IDs and types of the conversations to get things going. And then we'll go from there. I may have started a branch for this, but I do not recall if I did or did not. I'm blanking on what the array stuff was for. Oh, that was for the Ibis mode parsing stuff. Okay. All right. So, what's the branches? What is in protocol conversation restore? That's relatively new. Oh no, this okay. That's just a new method. Okay, yeah. But that's gonna get thrown out. I might dunk that out entirely. We'll see. Originally, the plan was we were gonna make. Oh, we do still have this as. Okay, hold on. There's some more thought. We don't need purple conversation restore to be asynchronous. These protocols won't necessarily have all that info right away. Regardless, user interfaces will be watching the conversation properties anyways. So all we're missing is that purple conversation manager can set the online state of conversation, but the protocol can do that just fine. Yep. So instead, purple conversation restore conversation will no longer be asynchronous and will be renamed purple protocol conversation synchronize. This will also give us the option to manually synchronize conversations if need be. Yep. Okay. Yep. No longer. Not long. It'll not long for its old name. But yeah, so that means we can just delete this branch. Bye. It sucks. Because I had unit test and everything for that too. But it's fine. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. The unit tests are going to be completely different, so there's no reason in saving them. We still have to finish the Fedora Minghui stuff, the account stuff, the IRC normalization stuff we went a little overboard with. We need to roll that back. I would like to get the message condenser snuck into here too. That's okay. What the message condenser is supposed to do is create section headers for us, so that when the author changes, it'll add a header, and then that way the UIs can just, have a line that says, author name and their icon and the timestamp, and then all the messages under that are just timestamp of the message. But we'll get to that in due time. Right now, we need to kick some butt and get this message conversation thing in, because otherwise it's all people are going to complain about when we release this thing. Like, it doesn't remember my conversations. How do I make it start to blah? Which is silly because other chat clients don't do this. Modern stuff does because, it's just tied to your account. But like, I don't know of any IRC clients that remember your conversations. None. In 2024. None of them. That is dumb. All right, so the plan was to do this with G settings so I can bind the properties. And I thought I started a schema for it, but it looks like I did not, but that's okay. So we need to check this real quick. G settings, something keys. List keys deprecated. Use schema list keys instead. Okay, that's not ideal, but that's okay. That's fine. I would not be calling this function from normal code since you already know what keys are in your schema. This function is intended for introspection reasons. Yeah, okay. You apparently don't handle dynamic shit. Like, we're not going to create a key that has a list of all the keys. That's dumb, right? So we're gonna have to pull it out of the schema, which is okay, but annoying. That's fine. Either way, we're not worried about that right now. We are worried about, yeah. Data, new file, save. im.pidgin.purple.conversation manager.gschema.xml. Okay, yep. Purple, not conversation. Sure. We'll say conversation manager here. But we need the other one too. So conversation manager is just gonna have a list of conversations. Similar to the way this works. So this has a saved presence. Oh, that's the wait. Why do we have a path on this? I don't know why we put a path on that directly, but okay. Maybe that's the one that's saved, and then this is all of. No, that's not the way that works. I don't know. That's right. Yeah, so the active presence just has an ID. Hold on, we can just go look at this. Presences. Oh, right, we use separate files for it. That's how we did it. That's how we cheated. I don't necessarily want to do that here. Yeah, that would be ridiculous. Okay. I just got to remember how to do, like... Actually, no, I don't... Yeah, as I said, we have to do a list, but we don't. So it's fine. So we have no path. So we just have a conversation. And the path will be the ID. I think that's right. Key ID equals, right? No, name. What did I say we're gonna put in? Just the ID and the state or something? The ID and the type. Alright, we need the enum. Let's type schema ID equals im.pidgin.purple. Conversation type. Oh, it's supposed to be enum ID. Enum ID. Then value name equal or nick equals. Set. Value equals 0. Nick equals. It should be easier if I just do this. Get it all in the same period. DM 1 Nick equals group DM. Let's do it that way. Let's do. How do we do it on this one? Oh, we do spaces and shit. Okay, that's fine. I'm forgetting we can use spaces. Nick equals channel. Yeah, well, XML is used for building UIs. So go whine about XML somewhere else. That's so 2000s of you to complain about XML. Okay. Yep. That's good. All right. Right. How do we do the next part? Oh, it's okay. Key name type. What was that? Enum. Pidgin.purple.conversation type. Default on the set. Summary. The type of the conversation. Description. Conversations have different types. This defines which type the conversation is. That's a horrible thing, but whatever. It's fine. Alright, that part's good. Purple, Mason, not build. Do we put it here or do we put it under data? I don't remember. Guess we put it here. Pidgin.purple.conversation manager.g schema.xml. We got traumatized by it. I mean, well, Apple still Next and Apple still promote the plist format, which is defining XML in XML. So I mean, that's a problem. You give people the tools to do whatever they need with them, and they make traumatizing things. That it does not itself make the tool traumatizing. Am I hydrated enough now? How's it going, Mr. Left Pickle? Welcome, welcome. Well, I gotta sell it. Plus, the water's just cool, like not quite room temperature, but also not cold. So, error on line 19. Element schema was closed, but I made a boo boo. Oh yeah, I didn't close the key. Okay. So my schema generator, again, the whole point of this schema stuff is to start simple, right? I don't want to put every single property in here. I want to get just enough so it's used, so it looks like we got something done, and then we'll go through and fill in all the other properties. Java, let's define our system's XML. Yeah. I like this is nothing for XML, right? This is no different than most JSON nowadays, except it's a little bit more verbose because it's got some extra stuff, but like it's fine, right? There's nothing to it. All right. So how's this going to work? You know, now that I think of it, maybe we should have done this the other way. So the idea was that we would start serializing stuff directly, but that's probably fine. I guess it really doesn't matter because like I can make the file by hand, and then we can load it from there, right? But we'll start this way and we'll go that route. It's fine. All right, so conversation manager.c. All right, we need a. Do we need G settings? Yeah, we need G settings backend. How does that work again? Like I have to define something and I guess it's purple core. Yep. Except I know there was some magic I had to do for this. I don't remember what it was. So internally... Oh, no, we don't care about the back end, but we need... do I really care about the file name here? I don't know. Do I have that as a property? Yeah, wait, do. Yeah, we did make that a property. Okay, that's fine. That's construct only, I hope? Yes, good. Okay. So when we set a zip file name, we're gonna say G settings backend star backend equals null. Oh, but this should be if purple stir empty manager file name. Yeah. I'm like, what do we need the settings for then? And then we'll just need the settings. Oh, we'll need it to update it too. That's okay. It's going all right. As you can see, we just started. But we're going to try to get the first step of serializing the conversation manager done today. If we're lucky, we'll get more than that, but we'll see what happens. G settings, backend. Okay. Oh yeah, we'll just do it this way. If we got a file name, then backend equals G setting. No, G. What is it? G key file settings backend new. Do I need the root path? I don't have a path in this file. Are these nullable? I hope they're nullable. No, this one can be null, this one can't be. We don't have anything in there. You rejected a PR today with a comment that would have made Linus himself mad. Nice. G key file settings backend new. Manager file name, comma, question mark, comma, no. We'll get there in a second. Else backend equals G key file setting. Oh, G memory settings backend new. Right, so we're just gonna create a backend and go from there because then we have to say, manager settings equals G settings new with backend. Wait, we're using this elsewhere. Oh, okay, I can just say slash. Sweet. You're mad AF. Two variables were copy pasted incorrectly. The PR was to fix them. Instead of +2 -2, it was like +45 -2. Yeah, that'll happen. G settings new with backend. Yeah, we're not gonna do a path because we don't have any path. Or yeah, okay. Oh, wait. No, I'm... not messing this up because this is silly, but it's okay. The manager itself doesn't have any settings objects. But it will create them for everything else. But so we want to create the back end, and then we have to track our back end, and then everything else will just base off of that. But this becomes G settings back end. Back end. We gotta watch our back ends. Yep. Alright, where is finalize? Finalize, where are you? This, well, that doesn't need to be there. Finalize. Finalize stuff here. Oh, what's in it? Finalize. Clear object. Manager backend. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why people make pull requests way bigger than they need to be. I know it's like, oh, well, I have code here, and it's like, so shelf it, stash it, make your pull request clear. Not that hard. All right. So this part should be fine. We should compile. Let's make sure we run and nothing complains. Do I need to hold on to the settings object is my question. I don't know that I need to, but we're gonna find out here. Figure out what that's about. I thought that was because I was banned, but I'm not banned right now from another account. That's coming from somewhere about something. Alright, so everything looks alright. The manager didn't complain, there's no warnings, there's no errors, it should be fine. We shouldn't have gotten a file. Oh, no, we use whatever path they give us. We should be. Did we get called? Again, this is why we start small in our pull requests. So that we can find the mistakes and the design problems. Instead of, you know, fixing variable names by adding an extra 43 lines. All right, cool. Oh, this is from when it was going to be a database. All right, so we need to fix that, but that's okay. Right now, it doesn't matter. But we didn't write anything to the file, so it didn't exist, or so it didn't create it. Libpidgin.c. Anyway, we don't care about the file name right now, but I'm just doing that so I see it and we'll commit it later. And honestly, .db is fine, but who cares? And like maybe this gets swapped out later, maybe this gets made pluggable. I don't know. The problem is we're not doing like everything's pluggable by default anymore because that shit sucks, especially when the design changes. Or when the design needs to change, and then you're like, oh, I have to update all this stuff. So it's okay. Also, as you can see, we already have some of this set up, right? So we can return a conversation manager. So what we can do is we can make this abstract or whatever, and then we can make subclasses of it later and blah, blah, blah. And then the user interfaces can still just return one. Just by now, it only has this one. But like we could do purple conversation manager file or file conversation manager new, but that's silly. So okay, so we have our full file name that is set. That is good, cool. So now when we want to look at add conversation, okay. Can I do like G? Let's look at G object bind. No, G settings bind. It's a binding between the key in the settings object and the property object. Oh, right, it's the settings that's the problem. G settings new. Yep, we take ownership of the settings object. So we're gonna have to store this on the conversations. There's just no way around that. Conversation manager settings key. How's it going, Code Void? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I don't really like the name of this, but we'll go with that for now. Compiling shit? Ooh, yep. You clearly have too much time on your hands. Alright, and back to the add part. Alright, so we need a G settings star settings equals no. Check if the conversation already had a settings object attached to it. Let's fix that in a second. Settings equals G object get data. Does this need casting? Yes. This guy. If not, G is settings. Settings. Oh no, we need it. Yeah, that's fine. G settings. New with backend and path. A schema ID. Right, the schema ID we used is this guy. And people were like, "Oh, XML," for the 2 seconds we were writing XML. Then the backend, then the path. Yep. Manager backend, comma, and then the path. I need to get the global ID. Global ID equals no. global ID equals purple conversation. Get global ID conversation. Oh yeah. I'm so worried about how we're gonna make this work, and then I just realized we can just do G object set data full. G object conversation, comma, that long key thing, which is no longer on my clipboard. It's gonna have to loop anyways. G object unref. Boom. When the conversations die, the settings object dies. Yay! We don't have to track it. G object set data full. It just has single. Oh, it has data to pass to the destroy notify. Wait, what? Oh no, it's the key, then the data. Yeah, the data might help. Right. So we're gonna dump the settings object on the conversation. The main part of the settings object that comes from the manager is it just needs the settings back into where the file goes, and then G settings will take care of the rest of it, and we're golden. Right. So then we're gonna say G settings bind enum. I think G settings bind. Oh, it's just bind in general. Okay. Bind settings, comma. The key in the settings object is type. And then, I'm looking at the wrong thing. And then the object is the conversation. And then here, this is, I think we named this conversation type. I don't remember. Conversation properties. Well, maybe we just named it type. I thought, oh yeah, there's purple conversation type. Okay, yep. Type. And then the binding flags. Now I always forget what these are. We want like sync create and which way does this go? Flags using creative binding. These flags determine in which direction the bindings will work. The default is to synchronize in both directions. It's construct only, so it gets weird. Okay, I guess we just do default. I'm thinking of the other. I'm thinking of property bindings, not settings bindings. All right. In theory, that'll do it. So what should happen when we run this? We don't have the file yet, but if this worked right, nope. Path is valid. Failed. What did I give it for the path? Oh, yeah, that's my bad. Car star path equals null. Path equals G star do printf / %s, comma this. Path G free path. What do you mean path is invalid? What are we setting as the path? The path is... Oh! The path has to start and end with a slash. Because, I don't know. Not be set after construction. I know, that's why I need to figure out how that works. Alright, did we get our file, though? No. Oh, right, nothing changed. It should change, or it's just pissed because the settings object is weird. Alright, so which direction does this go? Update GObject property when the settings changes. This is, we don't want to do that. Update the settings when the GObject property changes. Okay, so we just want to do gSettings bind set because this is construct only. I think. Okay, that looks happy. Nice. Although which ones are unset? The status windows are unset. Okay. That's okay. That's not a big deal. That's step one. Right, so if I join a channel, testing again. So here, watch this. My conversations.ini, and I join testing again. We're here, and boom, there it is. Sweet. Do we have a way to parse a global ID? And I don't know that we do. That's okay. We'll do that in the next step. All right, we're gonna take a quick. Well, whatever. We're not gonna take a break, but I need to go get water because somebody made me drink it all earlier. Anyways, I'll be right back. Oops. Slater is being silly. Oh, it did mess up the screen a little bit. Camera's in the way too. That's fine. All right. Yeah. All of these are just going to be gets. Because you're not going to be able to set a conversation from here. Oh, this is going to get shittier. Are settings the right way to do this? This might get weird when we go to deserialize it. Yeah, we're going to see what has to happen there. Hopefully it shouldn't be too bad, but we'll see what happens. How's it going, Barely Usable? Welcome, welcome. How are you? But okay, so that's the first step. What else did we say we're going to do property-wise? I listed all of them. All right, we're just going to start age... we're not going to make it so that you can change the setting from the INI file and have it update because there's no way we can properly tell the protocol to do that. We have a separate interface for that. It's not just the properties on the object. The properties on the object are just to, you know, make stuff happen. age restricted. Ooh, I want right now. This is just a Boolean property, right? I think it is. I didn't put a whole lot of thought into the age restricted thing because generally it's just a Boolean. But this could very much be like, you know, 17 or 18 and over, or like adults only, or whatever. You know, like there's different classifications of that. I don't know what the European ones are, but like there's mature, which is 17 and older, and then there's like adults only, which is 18 or older, right? We're just gonna try this quick. Conversation, comma, age restricted. G set. All right, so then we got to put age restricted in here. Type equals bool. I need another one of these. G schema. Type B. Okay. Like I know it gets a little weird here. And before somebody else complains about XML, oh my god! Default equals false. Yeah, I can just type false directly. Summary. Whether or not the conversation is marked for adults. Or, yeah. You have some stuff. I mean, XML's fine. It's a data exchange format. I really do like the things you can do with XSLT. XSLT is amazing. I like XPath compared to JSON path. Oh god, give me XPath way over JSON path. Yeah, I'm sure you do a shit ton of XML. Because all the free switch stuff is XML. To limit to children. Handles that. You ever built the XML parser and wrote a custom INI parser? Yep. That'll happen too. Alright, so now we... Oop, I spelled settings wrong on 463. Oh, but the first thing somebody came in earlier and said, I came here for C and I got XML. Just like... Yep. Age restricted false. The default is false. It shouldn't have been set to that, but okay. Oh, and then this conversation didn't get recreated. Okay, that's why it's not here. So, the whole reason we're doing this is back in June when I said I'm going to use Pidgin 3 full-time for IRC, I needed a way to automatically join channels when I restarted. So I wrote a real shitty plugin, which is called Channel Hack. And all it does is when an account connects, it checks the account username, and then depending on that, it joins the channels for me. Because it gave me some way to work around that for now. But now the rent is due, as they say, and I have to actually make it work in Pidgin. So, yeah. First of all, it's called Pidgin, P-I-D-G-I-N. But Pidgin 3 is the next major release that we're working on for it. The XML parser free switch will fragment RAM if you hammer it. Oh man. Handcrafted modified INI parser that's about 2 orders of magnitude faster and doesn't frag the RAM. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, a little XML in your life's fine. Like, So the geometric introspection stuff that GNOME's created, it creates a typelib file and a geometric introspection repository file, which is an XML. So I wrote some crazy XSLTs for him. So this will turn a GIR file into a UML diagram. Well, actually, yeah, right. Yeah, so it creates a new diagram for each class. It spits them out in dot format, in GraphViz format, specifically dot. And then you run that through that and it'll go from there. And then we also created this other one called GIR to lint, right? So I can say XSLT proc GIR lint tilde LP Pidgin build lib purple 3.0.gir. And yep. So I wrote warnings and shit based off of an XML transform. Chat, what are you saying? If you've ever used ELIM, that's based on libpurple, which is the library we write for Pidgin. So, where the fuck is it in here? It's in here somewhere, isn't it? Or is it like Emacs chat or something? I don't know. I got so many matches for this. Or maybe it's dead now. I don't know. Maybe it's not packaged this way. I don't know. It used to be anyways. The Savannah page. Is it actually still on Savannah, or is it this? It says it's Alpha. This hasn't been touched in 15 years. The Savannah page. She just went to source code. 10 years. Yeah, but there. Depends on libpurple. Which is one of the things we are working in right now. Alright, anyways, that's fine. Alright, so we got age restricted. Next. Alias we do need. Alias we can bind both ways. Or let's not bind it both ways. Oh, did we get a warning about this? I forgot to check that. Wrong directory. We did not get a warning about casting that. Okay, good. So I can avoid this cast, apparently. Cool. All right. G settings, bind, settings, alias, conversation, alias. Okay. Need to add this here. This is just a string, which is we just put an S in there, right? Yeah. And then a default value. Okay, and I think we can do a default value of nothing. Like if we don't put the default tag, it'll just do nothing. Summary: a user defined alias for the conversation. description, default. An alias is a user defined, is a local, the client side only name that a user can give a conversation. Yeah, that's fine. The elephant. Some of that was element and default became elephant. I don't know. Element default is required. Schema DTD. Where are the flags? Oh, okay. It's like enum. Okay. So you have to have one of type enum or flags. The default page is specified as serialized G variant. So if I don't want it, how the fuck do I do a null default or empty? I don't think empty is the way to go. But let's see what happens if I just do that. No. Oh, whatever. It's just empty string. I don't know why I'm being fucking dumb about it. Right, okay, good. So none of them have aliases because there's nothing to change on it. But like I said, I don't know why this is here. Because age restricted should be false by default. Unless I messed it up over here, which is possible. No, it's supposed to be false. Alright, I don't know. Maybe booleans just get set. Avatars we're skipping for now because we have to figure out how we're going to do that. Like, we need to have that in here, but we're skipping it for the moment. I don't know that we really need to do account ID because it's in the global ID. Created on... It's going to be a string. So the whole reason why we're doing all these properties are getting serialized is when you... So, like... a user experience when you get disconnected because you lose your internet connection or something, right, is you can still see the conversation. All of the settings and everything that were visible at the time of your disconnection are still there, right? You just can't type anymore because you can't send a message anymore because you're not online. You can still type, you just can't send, right? So the idea is when Pidgin 3 starts up, it's going to restore to like an offline state, where it's going to try to bring back the conversations as much as it possibly can. And then from there, the synchronize method will get called when the account gets online and then update everything, right? But to make any of this work, we have to pull all this stuff in first. So, little tomato, little tomato, you know, it's going to take a minute to get there, but yeah. But that also means we have to duplicate all of this crap, which sucks. But it's okay. Default. I think we're gonna do empty string for this. Do the presence manager dot schema. Okay, yeah, we just used okay. Then it was a timestamp default. Yeah, empty string. Good. Sure, go ahead. I'm always open to ideas unless they're really dumb. If you say rewrite in Rust, I'm timing you out. To limit their exposure to minors. I don't like the way this is on here, but these typically won't be seen anywhere. But maybe. Conversations can be marked as age restricted to limit their exposure to minors. This setting accommodates that. Is it mid dates? Or is it 1C? Probably. Was created. Description. An ISO 8601 formatted timestamp is one word, right? I think timestamp's one word. What are you talking about? Oh, the emotes, yeah. Yeah, timestamp's one word. With people these days, this will check a box on someone's gotta have list, but they'll never use it. What, the docs or the setting? The setting very much is in use. Discord has this stuff all the time. Like the not safe for work rooms are marked as this, right? But like this setting will probably change. We'll probably have something that's a little bit more granular, right? I was saying this earlier. I don't think you were here for it yet. Like when you look at like rating systems, right? In general, it's not like adults only and everyone, right? There's PG 13 or like Peggy 13, or there's other options that are in there. And right now, I don't know of any chat network that does that, but they could, right? Like most of the time, like the rating is don't go on the chat network. Like if you're a kid and you don't want to see some dude jacking it, don't go on chat roulette, right? It's just like that's the way it goes. Like you shouldn't be on like a cam website if you're a minor, right? In general. So yeah. An ISO 86.4 timestamp of the time that the conversation was created on the server. So, this one gets a little funky because we can't just do this. We can't do bind. We have to bind it with a helper. Settings, bind, let's see, presence manager. Why are we not matching? Okay, just way down there. Not active presence. Oh, it's gonna be in purple saved presence, I think. Yeah. Last use. Alright, so we want to bind with mapping. Settings, created on conversation, created on, I feel like we should be doing this. We're not quite bin packed the same, but this makes it consistent, right? It's settings object, the property or the settings name, the G object instance, and then the property name. We just do that consistently. Oh, and then the flags at the end, right? The code just gets much easier to deal with. Right, there's less variation. It's easier for you to keep track of what's going on. As a reader or reviewer or contributor, oh my. Alright. Let's that one okay. It's this one. Alright, so then it's the setting, yeah. Right. G settings, bind set, and then we put our mapping functions in. Like we do the same thing with when we're defining properties. The first line is the name, and then the other two fields are null because they're not used anymore. Then we have the instance specific stuff, and then we have the flags on the line by itself. So, CM Griffin with the raid. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? It's been a while. Hope you've been well. What were you up to tonight? In the meantime, welcome everyone from CM Griffin Stream. My name is Gary Kramlich. I'm the lead developer of Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you use it, maybe you used to use it, or maybe you know it by its old name of Game, G-A-I-M. Either way, we spend all our time here working on this damn project, and we are currently under the gun of a deadline of December 31st of releasing Pidgin 3.0 Experimental 1. Haha, you thought I was going to say 3.0.0, and that'd be cool, but no. There's more information about what we're doing and what we're targeting for here. But, you know, we got to get something out the door because it's been too damn long. So, yeah. You're working on your SAS thing for quotas and balances. You prep them for how cool Pidgin is, but please continue the spiel. Alrighty. So, right now we are working on... So, one of the big differences in Pidgin 3 is... So, me using chat for many years, I've used all sorts of chat clients, including Pidgin, Game, blah, 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 right? One of the things that annoys me about almost all chat clients is none of them remember what conversations you were in. Now, like, Discord does this and Slack does this because that's server side, right? It's on the server. But, like, if you look at any IRC client or, I can't think of what else, but obviously the older protocols that are non-existent anymore. But nobody remembers your conversations and what was open and stuff like that. So one of the things we're doing is so previously, like, the way you would auto join a channel or a chat or a conversation in Pidgin 2 was you would add them to your contact list, and then there was a property that you could set to make it auto join. Well, that's dumb, right? Because, like, it's a lot of work for the user to do and stuff like that. So the plan for Pidgin 3 has always been that we will remember your conversations and bring them back when you reopen everything. The problem is I haven't written that part yet. But back in June, I decided I was going to use Pidgin 3 for IRC exclusively. I had to make a tweak to that where I have a backup account on Libera chat on Pidgin 2 because people need to get a hold of me. And sometimes, like for a while, our disconnection notices weren't great. And we don't have auto reconnects in Pidgin 3 and stuff like that. So I needed something to accommodate that. But in the meantime, to make that even possible, I wrote a stupid plugin that just whenever an account goes online, it checks to see what account it is and then joins the right channels. So literally, when an account connects, it calls this guy. And it says, okay, if the username is equal to grim@irc.libera.chat, join channel, Pidgin, Goofications, GTK, IRCv3, DevMKE, Libera, MDO, Mercurial. If it's instead grim@irc.oftc.net, join these channels. How did I get Mercurial in here 3 times? Well, that's a mistake, but whatever. But yeah, so now what we're trying to do is we're actually trying to do this the right way. So right now we are serializing the conversations as they come in so that we can write another pull request that will reload them back up and go from there. So that is the idea. And actually, you know what? If we do the account ID, we don't have to care about this part. We don't have to care about parsing this. Let's put the account ID in there. It's going to be annoying, but it's okay. Oh, actually, it's going to be a pain in the butt. It's okay. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So what are these other things? G settings bind with mapping. We have the get mapping. Oh, we only have to do the set mapping. We don't have to do the get mapping. And then, okay, user data and destroy notify. We don't care about. Okay, cool. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to get into version control discussions. You people seem to like garbage tools like Git. That's fine. Use a tool that's ridiculous. I'm going to continue using tools I like to use. What were we just doing? It's created on, and then... Oh, we're still doing created on. Because we need the timestamp. So it was get, right? And we're only doing set. Yep, so we got a null. And then we're going to say purple conversation manager. What do we call the other one? Get last used mapping. Set created on mapping. Then no. Okay. Actually, we can put these two together because those two are paired. Then we're gonna come up here. We're gonna go to helpers. I don't remember what any of this looks like. You weren't even making that as a reference about Mercurial versus Git. It's just... Ah, okay, gotcha. That's what you meant by amorphic. All right. Yeah, I don't know. People come in here with the stupidest shit. Like, I don't even know if they're still here anymore, but I'm gonna harp on it again. I was spending 10 minutes writing an XML file to define the schema for our settings object. They were like, I came here for C, instead I got XML. And it's just like, bro, shut your mouth. Right? What I need to do is I need to create a trigger to this. So I can just be like, just go read. Stop being a piece of shit. Right? This whole thing starts with, the other night we're watching a Twitch stream. We check out in discussion, whatever. Yeah. It started about something about planting vegetables, and some asshat's like, well, I'm in Florida. They're like, you should have started months ago. I'm in Florida. I started 8 weeks out from the last freeze, or whatever. You know, it's just, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm in Florida. We don't get frost. So shut your fucking mouth. Fucking hell. I don't think I said asset, but yeah. Might use HG if they rewrote it in Rust. There is Rust HG. Like, not even joking. Okay, I don't have it installed here. I thought it got installed by default, but maybe not. But it is a real thing. RHG is a thing. 6.4.3 6.8.1 Oh, that I have an evolved package now? But yeah, there's a legit thing. That, or just go use sapling. Right? That way you can continue to work with everybody. Sapling, fit, or meta. Good. Yeah, no worries, Griffin. Here, if you want an HG-like experience with Git repos so you can continue giving Microsoft tons of money with GitHub, use Sapling, written by Meta, which is basically Mercurial talking to Git repos. Because Mercurial won't turn on shit by default because reasons. So yeah. I tell you the right way to do it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, GitLab, great. Now you have a giant monolithic Ruby app that you have to maintain. Have fun. And it's also open core, and yeah. So I guess I'm just not seeing this in Debian. Actually, wait, let's do this. Packages, Debian.org, Mercurial. You have to apt-get update and apt-get upgrade -y. Oh, for GitLab? Huh. Okay, well. You're using a PPA or something then? So, I'm not seeing... I wanted to go to bugs. This didn't show me... Where's build depends? I'm assuming there's a bug that's like, yeah, why don't you package the HG or the Rust version? Or not? I don't know. Anyways, it's a thing. It's been around for a while. But, yeah. So, whatever. But, yeah. So, sub-package of Mercurial. Mercurial Rust binaries and extensions. Package provides Mercurial components implemented Rust, RustX, blah, 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 blah. So, Fedora just done it, but Debian didn't yet. So, whatever. Hey, is this what I think it is? No. What is this? Okay. HG Keeper, I abbreviate as HGK. So it's like, wait a second. No, that is not mine. HG Keeper did not make it into Fedora. You got to the point where you just don't care anymore. Yeah, I know. Like trying to do the whole run everything as open source thing. It's a pipe dream. It never happened. It'll never happen. Right? There's too much firmware and microcode bullshit in a modern machine that you can never get a machine that's fully open source. And for public options behind a VPN, if you can hack it. Oh, you mean that way too? Yeah, yeah. I thought you meant from the ethical side of I only use open source, and it's like on Rocky, I don't really give a shit. Like enterprise distros, I don't care about. I've got nothing to say about them. Yeah, like the ethical side of like, oh, well, you should only run free software. Yeah, I know you know the type SWK. I only run GPL software. It has to be copyleft. You're just like, oh my god. Ethical side, everything would be BSD licensed. Just saying. No. No. I mean, GNU would still be doing GPL stuff. But so much of the stuff that ends up on GitHub and even GitLab is BSD or MIT'd. We were doing the mapping. All right, and we were getting this BSD, MIT, or APL is greater. Depends on what your motivation is, right? Like, if your goal is to just, just get your software out there and maybe get contributors, sure, right? But like in Pidgin's case, I think we lose. I think we get the pantsuit off of us if we're not GPL'd. Right? Like in Pidgin's specific case, if we're not GPL'd, we get sued out of existence. Right? Because someone would try to take the code base and then make a contributor and like do importing and bridging stuff at a high level because they can sell advertisements to it and inject it and stuff like that, right? Because it'd be BSD or MIT or whatever, right? Or even Apache. But like, so then, Discord or somebody comes after us because of that. Technically, yes, they can. But they're going to have a much harder time doing it, maybe? But it would, ideally, Pidgin would be a GPL. Ideally. But we're stuck into GPL v2 and we can't ever change. Not unless we create a completely new version from scratch. Which I am probably not capable of doing myself. Right? But people have tried to do stuff like that in the past, and the community turned on them. So what do you do? Like Meebo got pretty far, and they did things legitimately. They even hired a Pidgin developer, but then they got bought up by Google. So it's funny. For me, AGPL is generally the license I'm going to pick first. If I'm writing server-side shit, I'm writing AGPL. So like HG Keeper, which I was just talking about, it's AGPL. And like, just, yep. Like, it's different, right? Because like, I'm not trying to build things for a company or sell them or anything, right? Which, it's fine, right? They're just different use cases, not a big deal. Oh, not copyright. I wanted copying, or I put it in license. Boom. GNU Afro General Public License, version 3. Right? That is the license of HD Keeper, which is what is running this site. This is HD Keeper running HD Web, and it also has an SSH instance compared to it, and it does permissions and all that shit. So, but yeah, but SWK, I'm also guessing you didn't ever have a team of yours at work go ahead and try to steal an entire project from you either. And by steal, I mean steal. They didn't like that it was in Mercurial. Well, okay, I shouldn't say they. It was one person, but everybody else kept their mouth shut and didn't tell me. But that one person, you have more than once. Okay, and you're still picking AGPL as the last resort. Then okay, I. Then yeah, so be it. I grabbed the wrong one. You just like the entire reaching through a socket? What do you mean the reaching through a socket? Are you talking about the derivative works where like even like I think you're talking about FUD from AGPL, but maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Like there's a lot of FUD out there about AGPL. That much is very clear. People are like, "Oh my god, I look at it in my browser. It made my browser AGPL now," and it's just like, like for fuck's sake, man. Right, I got the parameter list wrong now too. So are you gonna clarify maybe? Right. This is supposed to be a car star now. No, G variant. Oop. No, the base AGPL. If I use a web service that's AGPL, then I get stuff from it across the socket. AGPL says I have to give my secret sauce away too. Where? So this will be easier. The new general public license permits making a modified version lending its public access on a server without ever releasing the source code to the public. It's designed specifically to ensure that in such cases, modified source code becomes available to the community. It requires the operator of a network server to provide the source code modified version running there to use users of that server. Therefore, public use of a modified version on a publicly accessible server gives the public access to the source code of the modified version. Thought this was for freedoms because it started over with zero, just terms. Blah blah blah. Like, do you want to quote this, or are we just gonna keep talking FUD? And maybe it's here. I don't know. But until we actually, point out where it is in the license. Operator of a network. The GNU Afro General Public License is designed specifically to ensure that, in such cases, the modified source code becomes available to the community. It requires the operator of a network server to provide the source code of the modified version running there to users of that server. Okay? Therefore, public use of a modified version on publicly accessible server gives public access to the source code of a modified version. This does not. I do not interpret this the way you did. The way it sounds like you're reading it is like if you ran this on Solaris, then it means the Solaris has to be open source. This specifically says modified version. If you modified the software, you need to provide a new version, or you need to provide those modifications. That's how I interpret this. Which is just like the GPL does, but the problem, the whole reason the AGPL, I know you know this, I'm saying this for everybody else's sake. The whole reason the AGPL exists is because the GPL doesn't actually kick in until distribution time. So there's a loophole with running something on as a web service that you don't actually ever distribute it. Therefore, the terms of the GPL can't apply because they only kick in during distribution, right? When somebody's provided the source code. So the whole reason the AGPL exists is so that is to work around that loophole. So it requires the operator of a network server to provide the source code of the modified version. Modified version. If you make changes to the software, yes, you have to provide those changes. Did you make changes to that web service? Yeah? Well, yeah, you have to provide those changes. That's the virality, or however the fuck you say that word, of the GNU licenses. Yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to be. You can try to be derogatory about it, but it's intentionally supposed to be viral, right? That is its intention, but it's not supposed to infect everything else. It's supposed to only infect derivatives, right? That's the key. That's why it's talking about modified versions. It's not saying every single piece of software that's running on your machine or every single TCP packet that runs through your machine. It's talking about modified versions of the software that is licensed under the AGPL. So I don't know. Simply allowing someone to access the web service requires that they can get the software. Yeah, that should be fine. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. Right? That's no different than AGPL or than GPL software, right? You can use Pidgin. Yeah, guess what? You can get the source code. No, the LGPL exists for libraries. Oh yeah, because of the virus, whatever, the viral part of it, yes. But like this is intentional, and like you don't have to agree with it. It's fine, but this does not do what you said about just accessing via a socket means you have to give your secret sauce away. Well, if you built something with secret sauce on top of an AGPL software, you fucked up, right? The entire point of that is that software stays free forever. And if you want to make something proprietary on top of it, you don't get to use that as a benefit, right? You don't get that starting ground. That's the intent, right? If you want to build something that's like that, great, clone it. Write a clone. Right? That's the entire point of the GPL and the AGPL, is to not give proprietary software help. That's it. And the problem is proprietary software has been trying. Yeah, great. That's fine. You write proprietary software, it's going to work for you. That's fine. These are two okay, but completely diametrically opposed viewpoints. Like, you hate the AGPL. That's fine. I love the AGPL. That's fine. Right? It's, whichever way you want to go. It's fine. But like, I have put 21 years of my life into Pidgin, and I have made effectively zero money off of it. So does that mean some VC company can go pay some other guy that convinced them of some bullshit with blockchain and Web3 to give them $1 billion and use my 21 years worth of work? Shouldn't happen. right? It just shouldn't happen. But again, Pidgin itself, no, they don't do it anyways. Because they can't do it because we're GPL'd. I lost my train of thought. In what regards to Linksys? Like, Pidgin's in a very different use case because there's no money in chat. That's the next problem. There's no money here. If there was, Cisco would have already found it with their Jabber product, and they maybe found a little bit, right? So again, viewpoints are what they are, and it all depends on the market and everything, and there is no one answer. Like all things, there is no one answer. Everything depends. Everything, nothing's in a void, right? It's just, I don't know. It's just not, in my opinion, it's not worth getting bent out of shape and being like, oh, I hate that thing. Great, you don't like it. That's fine. But like, in the end of the day, you're not affected by it. I've been using GPL on the routers for decades, and it's possible to get a buildable, usable source tree from Cisco on it. Oh, okay, you mean in that regards, right? The whole TiVoization, the GPL2 versus GPL3 thing. Yeah, great, right? They found a loophole. Congrats to them, right? But it seems like you're saying that's like a got 'em moment, and it's not. They got a loophole. The license got updated to deal with the loophole. It's a whole TiVo thing, right? Or you're just saying in general they're not providing the source, so it's not even a matter of being able to flash it. It's the TiVoization stuff is great. We'll give you the source code, but you have no way to put it on the hardware, right? Yeah, I mean, well, then you got to go to the court of public opinion, and honestly, most people don't give a shit. So, yeah. I thought OpenWRT was just people putting it together. No, it's not totally useless. I mean, if you think it's totally useless, then I'm just gonna hard disagree with that. Like, what's your evidence for it's totally useless? One company decided not to do the right thing or follow the license. Like, that seems like quite the jump. I don't know if this worked or not. Did we get any warnings? Right. There's a lot of FUD around GPL licenses or GPL court cases too, because nobody wants to take the chance of suing on GPL grounds and then like a court saying no, this can't happen this way. But there's the whole what was not, it wasn't FSF, was it? There was somebody that was suing somebody to release their TV source code. I don't remember who it was. But it's the same deal as what you're describing with Cisco, right? Okay, so what have you done to try to deal with the ripoffs? Right, because Papa Wolf, thank you for the 11 months. Greatly appreciate it. How you doing? You sued a couple people? Okay, great. Right, you did what you were supposed to do. Hopefully the court found in your favor. But like, a license is a license. It's not like a jail or something. Like, it's not self-enforcing. I don't know what you're looking for here. Like, a license isn't like, oh, you violated me, now I get to maim you, right? It doesn't automatically happen. You have to do stuff. Doing wonderful. An ad ruined you listening to this debate. Did it really ruin you? It ruined the debate. As an LLC, we're bankrupt, get effed. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunately world economies in general are not, what's even the right word, well equipped to handle open source in general, right? Like there's so many places where like look at what the Sovereign Tech Fund is trying to do, right? They're actually trying to work on supporting open source internet infrastructure things. Open source is 40 years old. This is just now happening, right? It's going to take time for things to, catch up. And in the meantime, if you're like, well, fuck the license, it doesn't automatically kill people who steal my code, then you're going to have a bad time. Just lurking, eating strawberries, watching your code. Nice. I snooped in my Go repo because you're curious. I've got a bunch of Go repos. Issue Keeper is one of them, but yeah. I mean, so, like, in my case of one of my tools getting stolen by a former coworker, legal threats were enough to stop it, right? But some people are just dicks, right? They're just, sometimes an asshole is just going to walk up to you with a gun and shoot you anyways, and there's nothing you can do about it. Does that mean you should live your life in fear and then let them control you and do other things? No, not at all, right? I'm not familiar with that reference. I probably should be, but I'm not. Fallen, I've learned if I'm going to give people metaphors, I have to get aggressive because otherwise they're just going to what if me forever. And I'm not saying SWK is going to do that, but that's just become my style, right? Because it's like the whole bullshit of, oh, well, you'd get more contributors if you used Git. Like, you have no empirical evidence. Like, but it's more popular. Great. You picked your girlfriend or your significant other. Does that mean you want to share her with me too? And they're like, no. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't want to use your shitty version control tool either. I did, but or no, not moon and retrograde. It was just did I say retrograde? Retrograde. It was just the moon phase thing, but it wasn't really an API. It was a REST endpoint for a math equation. If you're looking for it, it's still here somewhere. Yeah, there you go. It's not really an API. It's an equation behind a REST endpoint. Those that don't know, yeah. Disagree, not end up yeah. Like I don't know SWK super well, but we're fine, right? We're both old school open source people. We can talk license shit all the time, but we're also okay with we at the end of the day we still respect each other, right? We have opposing views, but we still respect each other. It's not like, oh, you're the devil because you don't use the GPU. I don't give a shit. Use what you want, right? I'm way too old to give a shit what other people are doing. I just do not care anymore. Which some other people have that thought process. Yeah, the thing is, it comes with time and experience, right? That's ultimately what it comes down to: is time and experience. Let's know a thing or two because we have seen a thing. Yeah, exactly, right? The more bullshit you see over time, the more you might be the earlier you can sniff it out. You can't always sniff it out immediately, right? When it comes to people's bullshit, but you're like, I'm gonna keep an eye on this, right? Sometimes you're still human. Sometimes you make mistakes. You don't catch things right away. Whatever. It's the thing is, nobody's perfect, and anybody who's claiming they're perfect is full of shit, right? That's just the way it is, regardless, right? And if somebody can't admit to being wrong, then they're probably not somebody you want to be around, right? Or interact with, right? And yeah, like somebody who can't say I was wrong, I fucked up. That's somebody who has a lot of work to do yet, just on themselves, kind of thing, right? Look at things that they're going on, why things happen, stuff like that, right? And it just I need to read the rules again. Which one? Oh, SDK is always right. If he's wrong, see roll one. Yeah, that's not the chat rules here. Last I checked. Disagreement. So yeah, exactly. Uh, nah, I won't tell that story. Sorry, popcorn, no butter, deal. Okay, I'll give the preface. I won't give specifics. So recently, I was having a discussion about somebody, or not about somebody, with somebody about whether or not you can use ARP to connect to a Linux machine where the DHCP lease has expired and the interface is up but does not have an IP address. The other person was getting very annoyed at at me saying that it should work. And I didn't care either way, which way it goes, but I'm curious as to how it works, right? Because the network will deliver the packet because it has layer 2, right? So if you modify your local ARP table to add an entry for the MAC address at a specific IP address, whatever you pick, you will technically be able to send packets to that machine, whether it has that address or not. Right. The network doesn't care. Exactly. SWK. That's my point exactly, right? What we got hung up on is they were saying that it doesn't have an IP stack, it won't work. And I'm like, but it has an IP stack, it just, like, DHCP didn't work yet. And DHCP runs over UDP, which requires an IP stack, right? So we never ended up figuring out what the case actually is. But I have a feeling that modern Linux kernels, because back in the day I did this, I was able to add an ARP entry to my local machine to then SSH into a machine. That machine in particular was a Sega Dreamcast running Linux. Now, whether or not they configured a static address and then had you ARP, maybe that was the case. I don't know. This was 20 years ago, right? But I think we conceded to agree on the point that the kernel is filtering out packets for interfaces, for IP addresses it doesn't recognize, and then dropping them, right? Because, or maybe it's the network firmware itself, right? Maybe it's the network card's firmware itself. Because unless the card is in promiscuous mode, it should be disregarding any packets that aren't being sent to it. But that would mean that it would also have to check the IP address, not just the MAC address, right? And you know, whatever. Like I said, my friend was getting very heated about it, and I'm just like, I don't care what the answer is, but I want to know what the answer is, right? Like I'm not vested in being right or wrong. I just want to know what the details are, right? The card doesn't care if it's going to its MAC. Yeah, right. The card's going to get the packet. So, right, the question is, where in the process of the network card's firmware to the operating system does that get filtered, or does it get filtered? That's the question, right? You poison ARP. Yeah, I know. And well, poisoning ARP is a little different, right? Like, this isn't necessarily ARP poisoning. This is, in this specific case, you don't know the IP address of the machine, or the machine doesn't have an IP address. So you're trying to add an ARP entry to get into it. Whereas ARP poisoning, you're typically sending bad information to two machines to get them to route through you. Right. It depends on your IP stack. And that's basically where we left it. It was like, it's probably the kernel that's doing it. But yeah, the machine was remote. We were trying to troubleshoot it across state lines. It was their machine at home, right? And ultimately what we ended up doing was I spun up not Power DNS, some Go DHCP server, because the machine that died was his DHCP server. So I spun up just like a simple single binary Go binary to run a DHCP server to get some of his network configured back up to get Tailscale up and running. But like, we were trying to get into the machine via ARP to SSH to it, whatever, blah blah blah. But by setting up the DHCP server, then it eventually pulled a lease, and we were able to SSH into it. Really want to keep an IP when the lease expires? Just ipconfig ETH DHCP IP mask and done. Oh, right. Yeah, you can just manually assign it. Yeah. DNS mask and ISC, DHCP, I think are smart enough to keep an eye out for traffic for those machines that are in and not its pool. And if it sees it, you know, then they're like, oh, okay, this address is in use. I can't assign it. So, okay, you all came here for C. You've now gotten XMLC and low-level networking. Layers 2 and 3. I don't know anything about layer 1. At least not enough, so yeah. Just says that it's in use, so it's not going to reassign it? Yeah. But it should, dude. We have multiple timestamps, so I'm not going to do... We're going to do set timestamp mapping. Because there's nothing in this that's specific to this thing. This is just a converter for it. We should maybe make this a helper or something. Or you assign, you end up with an IP conflict and debugging ARP plot. Yeah. The number one networking problem I hate to diagnose is rogue DHCP servers. That is the absolute fucking worst thing to troubleshoot. You're in a very large ISC DHCP setup. Nice. Oh, is that a thing now? It was not a thing 15 years ago. Or I didn't know of it. It doesn't appear to be a Debian thing. Is this like a proprietary thing? Do I need a BSD license to make this work? Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I have that in my Unify stuff. My Unify, yeah. So, dude, this was in the era of like layer 3 switches were like new and cost $1,000 a piece easy for like even a 16 port. And like in the days where you needed IE6 to configure your switch. Yeah, I'm not talking about, you know, core internet routing shit. I'm talking, you know, small, medium-sized business shit. Right? But you remember those days where you had to use IE6 for every fucking thing? That's how I feel about Git now. Right? I call Git the IE6 of version control. And unfortunately, all the Git supporters have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, yep, if you want to use my source code, worse than a license like AGPL, you have to use fucking Git. Right? That's the real problem there. Oh, it's right there. Oh, it's manager ed. Right? It's just whatever. I could ran for the shit forever. Oh, right, I can't do the account yet because of that. You remember the days when you need a damn DB9 null modem adapter just to toggle the port on the switch between 10 or 100 meg? The switches cost like 20K for a 12 porter. Yeah. Yep. I do not miss null modem cables, or adapters rather. Do not miss them at all. Do I have anything weird and old over here? Probably not. Most of that shit's in the basement. Actually, like 15 years ago, I did a big purge. I had all my old computer shit. I let somebody take and just throw it on eBay because I owed them money. They borrowed me like $400 for something. I like, just take this shit, sell it, keep it, whatever. Oh, I don't know Bay Networks. I didn't think you were that much older than me, but I honestly, I was a network noob until like probably when I started working on game in 2002 or 2003. That's when I started understanding networks. Maybe a little bit before that, but I started learning much lower level. No, actually, well, so I learned SMTP, a network protocol, not a network itself, but I learned SMTP in high school. because that was fun, sending spoofed emails to my friends. Director at FBI.gov said, "Hey, dude, I made it with your mom last night." Yeah, so I'm 42. That's not it's not a surprise anywhere. You're acting the phone company probably when I was in diapers. Are you that much older than me? Okay, all right. No, but I'm 42, so you can judge from there. I thought you were maybe 10 years older than me, but sounds like more. So whatever. It is what it is, right? The main person I work with at work is old enough to be my dad. In fact, he only has one kid that's older than me. So, whatever. Doesn't matter to me at all. You have twin grandkids? Well, so to be fair, I have two nieces. Oh, no, you said grandkids. Okay. So, I have two nieces, or my one niece just turned 18, and the other one is going to be 27. And like, my mom had, so my sister had the oldest niece when she was 17. My mom had my sister when she was 17. Right? So, like, technically there could and should be grandkids in my family, but there aren't any right now. You can see your oldest son graduated from major tech university this weekend with his master's. Okay. Yeah. Well, so my sister's only 3 years older than me. And like I said, my one niece is 27, so she fits your stuff easily. Did you mean oldest grandson? Because you said oldest son. And like, I would hope your oldest son just from tech school. That's why I'm describing stuff. Okay. Because you're trying to implement an AS2 server? What do you mean by AS2? Netflix interviews are down. Yeah, all the tech interviews are bullshit. All right, so wait, so okay, I think I understand, but you're okay with a master's. A master's is 6 years after, so 26 or so. Okay, or sorry, 24. Oh, used on AS400. Yikes. Yeah, no, I'm good. Are you using the AP or ALP stuff or APLN or whatever the crap is? What is that new stuff? ALPN service discovery. You all know what I'm talking about, right? What the hell is this called? It's not ALB. I tried. Nope. Have you been ever for those on-site rounds where you go to the office and the team eases your ass out of being friendly? Apple has really good friendly tone since they only put a very few people. Huh? Like I've been to the on-site rounds, and that's where I always get kicked out, and they never tell me why. I mean, this was only Google, but all right. What the hell is this shit called? HTTP service discovery. Does somebody know what the fuck this is called? Maybe service discovery is not the right way to go. I think it's part of HTTP 2. Yeah, I totally wanted fucking AI bullshit. Oh, it's not quick, it's speedy. quick is HTTP 3? Really? Nobody has any idea what the fuck I'm talking about? Like, you see this shit all the time. It's like a service header and some other stuff. Just make sure it doesn't actually dox me here. Yeah. Okay, would have doxed me. ALPN, server accepted H2. It's HTTP2, and then they add extra headers and shit in here. Hold on. Right, and then they have the alt service headers. But let's look for alt service. SVC, ALPN. Aha! Application layer protocol. Thank you. There we go. Yes. Oh, multiplex i7 channels. The same. Sinbleed, are we missing part of your message? No, it's not a skill tree. It's a tool called Gorse. It's a visualization for source code repositories. But yeah, so this whole thing. Let the server indicate that another network location, the alternative service, can be treated as authoritative for that origin when making future requests. Doing so allows protocol or new protocol versions to be advertised without affecting in-flight requests, and can also help servers manage traffic using alternative services, not blah blah blah. But like there's other stuff you can do here too. There's supposed to be some magic with XMPP and ALPN to like redirect you to like Bosch or the actual server and then use WebSockets. All right, here, so a procedure to look up XMPP client, XMPP SRV records for direct TLS connections, in addition to and mixed weight priorities. This is old. Oh, not super old. Client server should set the ALPN RFC 7301. Okay, so this is an ALPN extension for TLS. Kev Burns, if you're just gonna make stupid quips the whole time, just leave or shut the fuck up. Because I'm gonna time you out, and if you continue doing it, I'm just gonna ban you. Because you're not funny. Yeah, so, alright, well, whatever. We are totally off the tracks. And totally derailed. We need to get back to this. Alright, so created on should be working. Next property we have is the creator. Do we? We've got, okay, we got to do a lookup for that, though. That's going to be annoying. Description, drafting, should be easy to get. Oh, description. Rip the rails? Yes. Kill the rails. Next up from Kev Burn Jr. XML. I remember when that was cool in 1905. Well, yep, that's totally helpful. Thanks for bringing that to the party. Yeah, enjoy. Description. Some protocols allow a description for conversations to better describe their purpose. Settings, description. That's not description. I don't know what's going on tonight. There's so many people with this stupid fucking shit. Oh, look at me. I'm so funny. I'm so edgy. Mr. Edgelords. All the Edgelords tonight. We should probably put the draft in here somehow. I'm not sure how we're going to do it yet, but we'll see. So a drafting conversation means that the user has typed something in the message. They haven't sent it yet, right? But they are currently drafting. User has input text but not sent it. Or input a message. So another one of these features, right? So like I was saying earlier, if when you get disconnected from an account, you can still type a message, but you can't send it, right? Likewise, so let's say you send the message and then your laptop battery dies. Wouldn't it be nice if when you open Pidgin again, it restored your message? That's what drafting does. We don't actually have the content yet, but the drafting property is meant to make that happen. This is set to true, and this handles when a user has started drafting a message but has yet to send it. Yeah. This is roughly the same thing. It's, yeah, whatever. Oh, I did not build the whole thing. Oh, that's fine. We don't need to build the whole thing anyways. We just need to build the purple here. Back when Lib Purple was cool. Nah. Cool. There's our drafting. I don't know why all the booleans are going in here, but who really cares? Error is going to need a wrapper. We'll come back to that one in a minute. Favorite's easy. It's a boolean. But like, we haven't even been able to implement the favorite stuff. All right. So one of the other things we're going to do for experimental 2, it's not going to experimental 1, is like, you see how you have conversations here? You're going to have a favorite conversations or favorites, right? And it's just going to show your favorite conversations instead of having to go through the entire damn list of it. And the whole reason that works is going to work is based off of that setting, which could be set by protocol, or, you know, you set it locally and we restored it. So yeah. I mean, it's not a matter of protocols are cool. Just your comments add absolutely nothing to anything. You're just being a fucking edgelord. More specifically, I really need to make a fucking command for this. Like, it's just, I don't know. People on Twitch, I just like to be fucking rude because they think they're cool. It's not just you; it's everyone. You can read the scenario in there. It's the same stupid shit. And it's just, yep. It's like, all right, great. I hope you got your aggression out. Like, I don't know what else to say. the conversation is a favorite. Users can mark conversations as favorites, which allows user interfaces to sort them, to do interesting things with them. Okay, don't see any errors. That's a different problem. Cool. Federated. For that cool protocol XMPP. And Matrix. And who knows what else. But in Live Purple world, it's not our job to try to only support and determine, or to determine or only support the popular protocols. It's to support all of them. In distributed chat networks, conversations can exist on other servers. This property is used to mark them as such. Yeah, we should be able to grab the ID right away. That's fine. Oh, what am I doing? Copy pasta. Copy pasta. Give me a string one. The identifier, the local identifier of the conversation. The protocol specific identifier of the conversation. Yeah, let's put that here. Everybody got real quiet now. Alright, whatever. What were we gonna say? Protocols have this is the second. This is the protocol specific part of the global identifier. Sure. You're ready to flame the fuck out of a web dev again? 20 seconds to get the login screen to come up? Yikes. Yep. I still don't understand the argument of we should have the same language in the front end as the back end. And that statement has been used for so much bullshit when it comes to Node.js. I don't know what that delay was about, but that seems fine. I was like, what? Okay. All right. That's the server name. I don't know why I put it as the address, but we'll figure it out. Don't you start you on Node.js? So, Kev Burns, like, okay, I understand you feel that V8 is garbage, but that statement on itself means nothing because there's no content to it, right? And SWK is doing the same thing. Like, all right, it's hot garbage. I understand you feel that way, but you haven't actually like described why it's hot garbage. So I said that really weird. It came out weird. No, I don't need a link because I actually looked at that code to look at adding V8 support for G plugin. And I almost did it, but then when I realized that they were all gung-ho about just always changing the interface so that people don't embed it because they don't want to support it, I was like, well, that's dumb. I'm never going to do this. No, I'm not telling you wrong. I'm saying making a big, bold claim with nothing to support it is... like, there's nothing there, right? It's... that's the problem. That's what I'm complaining. I don't give a shit how you feel about it. But, like, you know, like, if you think it's bad, that's fine. But, like, if you're just like, koosh ball bad. Fucking why? It's a koosh ball. Right? Oh, no, you can't see it right. Fine. Tape measure are bad. What the fuck the tape measure ever do, right? Like, it's... You're assuming, you're making an assumption that people are going to have just as bad or the same bad experience as you, and that's not the case. Right? Okay, Spider Monkey is better. How? Was it faster? Was it more reliable? Did it provide better access to the internet? Bonus points to anybody that gets the joke there. Or the reference. Right. So, more to this point, a former boss of mine once pointed out that when I shared him one of my open source projects, he was like, what does it do? He's like, I read through the whole README and I have no fucking idea what it does. And he goes, a lot of open source has this problem. And ever since he called that out, I'm like, you're fucking right. Like, pick a random, pick even a big project or something, right? You read the README and you're like, why the fuck would I ever use this? I don't know what this does. Because people just aren't good at describing things, apparently. And yeah. It's like Tweaker tried putting copper back in the AC socket because it was hot. All right, but like, people still use auto tools. Right? And anybody that's used auto tools hates auto tools because auto tools is a nightmare to use and write. And you have to know bash, M4, basically everything about command line or POSIX interfaces. Did I say make? M4 make. And you shouldn't use shell scripting in configure scripts, but you do, right? And just, that's bad. There's no, you've got multiple languages mashed together to build a build system. That's unequivocally bad. Or objectively bad. Spider Monkey had issues with garbage collection and other things, sure, but at least the API was not a mess and unusable. Okay. If you can't bash or M4 or Gmake, are you really a developer? Show of hands, how many here, without looking it up online, know what Gmake is? And know why there's a difference and why you have to use it sometimes. I mean, all software is a security problem, right? 5-figure security bounties paid for by your company in the last 12 months. All right, by that definition, Pidgin is a security policy or problem. Pidgin 0DM. Yeah, SWK, I didn't expect you to answer. Yeah, so you said 5-figure security bounties. We got 6-figure. Boom. 0DM, or yeah, I call them 0DM. People call them Zerodium. I think it's supposed to be 0 day, like Latin diem, although they spelled it different. Whatever. Don't get me started on people naming shit. but they were offering Pidgin for 0-day no-click exploits in Pidgin, right? Does that make us a security problem? Right? It's, yeah. Right? Just because someone's paying for it doesn't make it a security problem. Papa Wolf, you'd be surprised, because X-Make and Pre-Make, do you know what those are for? Making a long distance is typically not G-Make. Yeah, it's technically, yeah, it is BSD Make, yeah. Yeah, X-Make and Pre-Make are basically the same. Or they're not the same thing. They're build system generator kind of things, similar to Auto Tools and C-Make. I should have said C-Make too. No, X-Make is not X11 Make. Maybe there's X11 Make, but X-Make is not it. X-Make is a lightweight cross-platform build utility based on Lua. It uses xmakes.lua to maintain project builds. Compared with makefile/cmake list.txt, the configuration syntax is more concise and intuitive. It is very friendly to a novice and can quickly get started, blah, 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 blah. So, is there an X11 Make? I did show. Yeah, I don't know about an X11 Make. But I could see, like, the X people, I could see them having to build their own Make way back when, right? Seems possible. Seems plausible, right? So, we did global ID. No, we didn't. We skipped global ID. We just did ID. Logging. I know Wayland is better. Wayland is newer. It has less baggage and less code debt. Well, maybe, because Wayland itself is over 10 years old now. But I mean, Wayland itself is just a set of protocols, right? It's basically XMPPs for Unix clone or for POSIX systems. Graphical displays, right? Like, I'm not trying to hate on Wayland. I got nothing against Wayland, right? The whole which one's better, X11 or Wayland, it depends on what the fuck you're trying to do, right? If you have a program that only runs on X, you can run it on Wayland using X Wayland, and maybe it's okay, right? But it's probably going to run better on just X, right? And if you need that to feed your family, then you should probably use that, right? Like, whatever happens, right? It's just, again, it's one of those things where people get into these, like, you're right, I'm wrong, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you're different, shut the fuck up, right? It's like you two are arguing about something that is irrelevant, like, to each other, right? And I'm not saying the things they're doing are irrelevant, but to the two parties, they don't affect each other, so who cares? You're just yelling and arguing to argue, and it's a total waste of time. You're just letting go so you don't care? Nice. So, what's the new hotness in Go HTTP routers? Because it looks like the standard router finally got some, or the standard library router got some fancy stuff. So, like, should I still use Gin or not? Or has everybody gone back to writing their own middleware by hand? Because I already wrote middleware for Gin, and I can just ditch Gin. I need to update a project. Because that project, I was going to try to do GraphQL with it and gRPC. And guess what? I got hung up on GraphQL and gRPC, so I'm ripping them out. And I'm like, well, I'm doing that. I should probably update the HTTP router stuff. Y'all still use Chai? Okay, Chai is what I'm using. It's not Gin. I was using Gin. I forgot. I thought I was using Gin, but I'm using Chai. So you use Chai just as middleware? Or something? I don't remember specifics. Okay, gotcha. The project I need to work on is the project that was stolen and that I took underground, because I am not giving those people any ideas on what they should be doing. Middle arm routing, yeah, gotcha. So are you still using the chai router? You're not using the standard library routing stuff? Yeah, Ken, I think that's kind of the deal, right? Like it starts, like it's got a lot of promise, but then as you start digging into it, it's just, there's a lot of crazy stuff in it. But yeah, it's still bad, but it's a bump. Okay, gotcha. Okay, makes sense. And by bad, I assume you mean slow, because everybody writing Go HTTP routers is like, it costs 4 picoseconds, or my router is 1 picosecond faster, therefore best, yay! And you're just like, I don't care about picoseconds. Right? Like, I will probably never be in the case where I even have to care about an extra nanosecond in my requests, let alone a picosecond, right? It's just like, calm down, calm down, you're fine. Like, my level of necessity when it comes to web request response time is probably still measured in whole milliseconds, right? The femtosex. Is that a real thing, or is that a Mr. Robot joke? With their femto... Oh, it's femtocell. That's what it is. Never mind. It's a millisecond slower. Okay, yeah. Then, yeah, that's fair, right? I mean, after, if you're getting hit by a couple thousand requests per second, that's going to add up real quick, right? Those are real seconds. So... But if you're talking nano or pico, yeah, get out of here. I don't care. Conversations. They're logging toggled on and off, and this stores that. I don't like that, but it's okay. First, use fiber because you come from Python land. This small app, just chai. Is fiber that's like... Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. It's got the built-in parameter stuff and all that too. Nice. Well, that's a little weird, but okay, it's context, yeah. Yeah. So actually, I might keep this around for little shit I do. Right. It's more batteries included. Okay. I'm just looking at this going, this is pretty stupid simple. And if you only need like 2 endpoints quickly, right? Because like the thing that drives me nuts about the Go normal router is like it doesn't check methods by default, so like then you have to check the method, and there's not a way to do it, and it's just, yeah. But like the thing that drives me the most nuts is like, do you have a go-to middleware for logging, for access logging? Because if I have to write another fucking middleware for access logging, yeah. Okay. It's so fucking annoying. It's just like, oh my god. Fiber doesn't include one, but it's iffy. All right, yeah, like I wrote one that just looks like Apache extended. It's just like, why the fuck doesn't this exist? New Relic? I'll pass. I'm not pulling all the New Relic in. But I also have this other crazy middleware. You remember the one Caddy has? Yeah. You could have just included Caddies. No. What was I saying? So I have this crazy middleware I wrote that's based off of the way the JetBrains team tools work. So with the JetBrains team tools, Team City, UTrack, Hub, etc. Um, when you're doing an upgrade or they're starting up, their normal endpoints aren't accessible yet. Um, so they like what my middleware does is it uses a circuit breaker pattern to determine where we are in the startup process, and then when it's done, or so by default it starts up with a mux that just like does a redirect to like the status page of what's going on with the boot with a redirect or with a refer link so it can redirect back to it when it's done. And then when that thing finishes, then the mux gets swapped out to the normal one, the normal runtime one, and then everything just comes up as normal, right? It's kind of an interesting, fun way to do it, but I really like it because like it's better than just like everything 503 and then 404 and that just gives you something else to work with, a better user experience, I think. But I don't know. I've got to update Caddy on one of our servers because it keeps crashing with stupid shit, which is annoying. But what are you gonna do? I'm like, yeah, we'll use Caddy because everyone seems to love it. And then I ran it for a while, and I'm like, this fucking sucks. Use Caddy, but ended up transforming the log output anyway. Okay. What did I say for logging for this? Or for members? Everything except channels stored as a list of contact info IDs. Oh, right, except channels. Stored as just a list of contact info IDs. We probably end up back in Nginx land. Yeah, that's where I need to go to. And I haven't done it yet. So. Oh, it's an interesting idea. Yeah, there's no reason why I couldn't run traffic there. I run traffic on my Kubernetes clusters, but I didn't think of running it on a VPS. Like typically, I put traffic in front of containers because I want it to auto configure and stuff like that. But there's really no reason why I can't just run it directly. Like traffic has done all sorts. I've done all sorts of crazy shit with traffic. So I'm not super surprised. Like whatever. I've got a lot of experience with it. It works well. Is what the hell I'm trying to say. The name of the conversation. Some protocols. This is the usual readable string. Describing the conversation. Whatever. Would you say they? Of the conversation. Let's go with that. You've never used it, but you heard good things. Yeah, no, I like traffic. Like I said, I've used it in all my Kubernetes clusters for a while. Way back when, I used to use Ingress Nginx, not to be confused with Nginx Ingress in Kubernetes. But I ran into some issues because I was running it. It's not really the thing's fault. It's just weird caveats you run into because I was running TCP services through it too. And I just weird shit. I moved to traffic to try to deal with them, and it didn't fix it, but I like the way traffic's set up and the auto mapping and stuff. And it feels like Nginx has been shoehorned into Kubernetes, whether you're using the Nginx provided Nginx Ingress or the Kubernetes provided Ingress Nginx. Both of them feel like Nginx was really shoehorned into it, whereas traffic is just like, yeah, no, this feels much more natural, easier to work with, and stuff like that. So, whatever. All right, we're getting there. Look at all this stuff about the conversations. Woohoo! Man, it's already 10:30. All right, so where are we? We are on name. Needs attention. Why did I put a question mark on this? Do we actually have this as a property? We do. Let's read right. Whether or not the conference. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll put this in. So it needs attention. We don't have mentions figured out yet. We have some ideas for it, but we don't have anything implemented. But the idea is like when somebody mentions your name, needs attention, will get fit. You get triggered, right? Who would have thought this would take so long to get all these properties in? The conversation needs attention. Conversation can need attention when there are new messages. User has been mentioned, and so on. And son. Alright, what do we got next? Online. We do not set the online property. There's no point in storing the online property because the conversation is supposed to come back on automatically. Alright. Tags, we're skipping that for the minute because what I'm trying to do is just call the intrinsic types, and then we'll come back through and get the crazier types, right? I'm trying to decide if we want to do helpers for some of these things, like the setter for the timestamp stuff. We're going to use that in a couple places to tie to a G settings. So it might make sense to have those as helper utility function somewhere. Title. At least we're down to T. But yeah, just to recap, because it's been a while since we've described what the fuck we're doing right now. So one of the things in Pidgin 3 is we are trying to make it so that it will keep track of all your conversations that are open. We don't have positioning figured out yet. We'll get to that. We're just not there yet. And what we're trying to do at the moment is whenever a new conversation comes in, we're going to store all the data. Whenever any property changes, we're going to store that and update it on disk. And then right now we're just doing the serialization, right? We're just storing everything. And then once this is done and merged, the next step is going to be at startup to read all of that and recreate everything. So a little bit of time, but we're getting there. Title, what do we say the difference between a title and a name is? We say title and name. I don't think we use name. I think we prefer title over name. We should probably get rid of name. No, we need both. We need both. Do we need both? Fuck, I don't know. So, title of the conversation. I think we might be able to get rid of name and replace it with title, but I'm not certain. So like Slack, for instance. No. Slack, for instance, has a title. Conversations have a name, an ID, a title, and a description. Those are 4 unique properties you can do in a Slack room. Right? Let's just verify. Or maybe they... what the hell? Add a topic, add a description. Okay, okay, we need to look at that. New issue. We're in Pidgin. Determine if conversation title is a full replacement of conversation . I believe we've moved just just about everything to the title, but we need to verify that and determine if the name property is necessary anymore. Experimental 2. We're not going to do this month. We'll come back to it later. This is probably medium, and we're going to say this probably needs a developer. Boom. Okay. That is for future Gary to figure out. Ah, shit. I lost my window. No, I thought I was in that one. Alright, it's fine. Excuse me. Alright, so then we got the title. Title of the conversation. Yeah. Conversations, some certain protocols allow conversations to have a title, as well as a topic, as well as a name. Sure, whatever, fine. Who gives a shit? I'm not trying to get everything right here, but we'll see. Title, topic. The topic of the conversation. Topics are used to describe the purpose of a conversation, as well as provide provide additional information. All right, these all work. Let's hope they do. Oh, I don't have to do the pigeon. Whatever, it's fine. Nope, that's cool. There's our topics, right? Our title. I almost did not make it to the mute button. For some reason, I went to mute the stream in the dashboard where it's already muted. Okay, we got the topic. We can do topic updated. We can't do topic author ID yet. We gotta do that one, but that's okay. But we can do topic updated, because that's just a timestamp. Topic updated. The timestamp the topic was last updated. And ISO 8601 timestamp. I can't remember if I put a space between the ISO and the 8601. I did just a dash. ISO 8601 timestamp of when the topic was last updated. Okay. We need to come over here. We need to grab this. Right, this is why we genericize this, is because it's the same deal. We want to go from a GDate time, or from an ISO 8601 string to a GDate time, and that's what that function does. So, we should be able to verify this with, yeah, one of these IRC rooms. Oh, actually, are we capturing that? I don't know that we're capturing it. We're not. We're not capturing them. So. But we are getting there, slowly but surely. Don't call me Shirley. We already did type, and then we need to do the user's nickname. Fuck yeah, we're almost done here. So a user's nickname in a conversation is not the same thing as an IRC nickname. So IRC doesn't support this feature, but XMPP does. Discord does at a server level. I think Matrix does this too. And you can set a custom name in a specific channel. And that's what this keeps track of, or in a specific conversation. So that's what this is meant to do, is to allow that to happen and work. User nickname. The conversation specific nickname for the user. Some protocols allow users to have a conversation specific nickname, and this property, or in this setting, holds that value. Alright. The funny part is I wasn't actually looking to do all the properties in one pull request, but it's actually pretty easy. So I'm just like, oh, okay. Your config generator is broken. Flip back the chat one, only seems that. Oh, I just fixed it in the config file. The file is generated, and I was trying to see if the generator was after or not. Jeez. So here's another question for you. Is your web dev generally working at this time? Or just saying they might be a little burnt out is all. Like, give them some time to relax. Or not. Okay. Yeah. Well, fuck, dude. I said Pidgin 3 was going to be out in a year in January of 2016. Whoops. Fucking 8 years later. And we're like, well, here comes the experimental release. Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. I've been paid in a lot of bullshit. I've been paid in yak shaving. Yeah, I know. I'm just... Oh, I wish I could get paid to work on Pidgin. It would be so nice. Actually, I say that, but it probably wouldn't, right? Because then people would want certain features at certain times and blah, blah, blah. And just like, dude, it's just not fucking possible. It's like the whole reason why every time I've tried to get funding through like a funding group, I get denied is because they want like a water file-esque breakdown of everything. I'm like, dude, it's fucking open source. Do you know how this shit works? Like, I'm the project maintainer. So like, if an O-Day drops, I've got to drop what I'm working on and go and patch it. Right? Just, that's the way it goes. People want to bitch about open source being slow to come out sometimes. I don't know. Generally, I don't think it's seen that way, but maybe. Those people I say, get your PayPal out, asshole, and fund this guy so he can pay his bill. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And like, even then, just because you give them money doesn't mean they have to listen to you either, right? All that shit drives me nuts, right? I'll take it a step further, too. It's like people that conditionally give, like, homeless people money. It's like, you're not going to use this on drugs, are you? Dude, the person's fucking homeless. If they want to get high tonight, fucking let them. Right? Like, for fuck's sake. Like, that $10 is not going to put them in a house, right? Right, right. It totally depends on your agreement with the person providing the money. I agree. But like, there's certain like, if you give me $5, you like you, you shouldn't have the contingency of like, well, you can only spend $4, or you can only spend $1 at this store, and you have to spend $4 over here, right? Yeah. Right. Exactly. Right. But if somebody's paying you a living wage, or something you have to report on your taxes, even, then maybe, right? But living wage, yes. But something you have to report on your taxes, maybe. Yeah, gotta pay for the web hosting for a week. Yeah. Yes, we are definitely on the same page here. Unlike licenses. I'm just kidding. Like I said, use whatever you want license-wise. I don't give a shit. Go ahead and use the super permissive licenses, because then I can use all your code. Alright, so we gotta write some more transform functions, and these suck. We're gonna start here. We'll move it down afterwards, but we need to do set account mapping. I really wish we could do like a binding with this. Can you write your full featured auto dialer? I'll give you $500 for it and I'll let you know you can get it done in a week, right? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. That was something we had to watch out for with Corvisa Cloud, too. There's people making fucking war dialers and shit. Especially with SMS. Oh my god. The rate limiter for SMS was... I'm glad I didn't write it. Let's just put it that way. So more than one person, $5 want to get you the design docs? Yeah. What, you mean I can't just, like, dial 1,000 numbers at a time on Twilio? Oh, the other one that we used to get all the time. Oh. I'm actually curious if you guys have a solution to this yet. Voicemail detection. Twilio's in trouble for not doing enough to kill dialers? Oh, lovely. But yeah, people used to ask us all the time for voicemail detection. So we can save them precious seconds on their calls that got ignored. You've had one for decades? Okay. Our problem was we didn't have any way to actually tap into the media stream from our code. So unless there was a free switch extension or something we didn't know about, we didn't have a way to detect it. Mind you, this was 10 years ago too, so. I don't need this anymore. We need... okay, so we're going to start with this. If it is not a string, we get the fuck out of here. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we are going to take the account from the G value. So we have mapped the account property. So we're going to say purple account star account equals no. And then we're going to have const car star account ID equals no. You have a commercial licensable one for free switch? And you had it like 17 years ago? Alright, well, you should have told us. Lots of tools for the market, I'm sure. You have lots of anti-telemarketing tools? Yeah. So, next election, I need to ask you how the hell to get my number off of the damn mailing list. An anti-telemarketing tool that targets the call generators and is very effective. Ooh. That, yeah. Anyway, you can add my number to that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. G value get boxed value. Where do we create the variant? Oh, okay, we do it in there. If account, or if not purple is account, turn no. That's the funny part. Guess where all those political dialers get their dialing data? Where? Twilio. RNC, DNC, yeah. Well, I'm not registered Republican or Democrat. I should register as DSA, but the Milwaukee chapter, I have very serious doubts about their ability to do anything. Anything useful. Yeah, I'm sure. Because I got Republican ones too, and I was like, what the fuck is this, man? If not, purple, stir empty, account ID. They cross-reference you across multiple yeah, I'm sure. You had access to both their DBs in the past? That's frightening. Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. There's big money in that. Just like, you know, so, like, I'm not going to take offense to that, because, like, people, when they found out what we did at Corvisa, they were like, oh, you guys are the devil, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, the people that, you know, do the dialers and the campaign dialing and shit like that, yeah, they're annoying, right? But, like, there was so much other shit we did. Like, we did basic IVRs for, like, IVRs, for those who don't know, are interactive voice recordings. When you call a phone number, it's like, thank you for calling, blah, blah, blah. Our hours of business are blah, blah, blah. We're currently closed. Please press 9 to save a message, right? That's an IVR. Or it's like, press 1 for billing, 2 for sales, and 3 for support, blah, blah, blah. Those are IVRs, right? And, like, we had so many IVRs for so many just small businesses that gave them a phone system, right? And, like, you know, let them service their customers decently. For Peter Popoff, I don't know who that is. Should I? I thought there was, oh, there's takes, oh, shit. Well, fucking hell. That just gets rid of that. We don't need to do that anymore. He's a televangelist that went to prison and now sells magic spring water. It's like magic as in it'll heal and blood. Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, all you had to say was telemarketer. It's just like, oh, one of them guys. Right, and just, yeah. Variant equals G, variant new string. All right, and now we should have account IDs here. Just like that. Or not, because I didn't actually call the function. I just wrote it. Defined but not used. Yeah, it kind of helps if we put... Oh, I didn't even do the thing. You ever get those Dish Network So early to mid 2000s, I was still living at home, and when did I get my cell phone? I think I got my first cell phone in 2002, maybe 2001. So no. So one of the ways I got off a lot of the early like campaign telemarketing lists was I set my voicemail to a modem. Got this call. There's a 1-2 chance your system will retrieve the call. You son of a bitch. But yeah, so like Forget about voicemail detection, right? Like modem detection or fax machine detection, they will drop you off that list so fast. So like that was my voicemail for the longest time. Like you'd call it, be like, right? And people that actually like, I let it go for like a minute too. People that actually wanted to leave a voicemail like, can you shorten this, please? Yeah, I'm sure you made hella money off of it. Otherwise, why the fuck were you doing it? Settings is account ID. Conversation account. Find set. You just paid us like $200 per sub we gave? Oh, wow. It was like $10 per sub? Huh. That's not bad. What was your, like, average conversion? It was like 1 per 10K call. Oh, God. Okay, maybe $10 was... Well, it depends on how much your calls cost. The ID of the account. Identifier of the account. This converse account of the conversation. Okay, so a tenth of a penny every call. It's not too bad. So you'd spend $1, you'd make 10. Okay. Oh, you said 10K. Wait, isn't that break even then? How'd you make hella money? That should be break even. Oh, no, never mind, 9. Oh, your cost was $10. Oh, right, but Dish paid you 200. Right, okay, yeah, so you made 190. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I'm mixing up numbers. And this is why I am not an entrepreneur. ID. What's that? Identifier of the account that the conversation belongs to. Okay. So this should work. It did not work. Oh, because I apparently fucked something up here. Okay. Get account mapping. Oh, I said, yeah. It's supposed to get object. Object. Boom, look at that. So now we have the account ID out of here, right? Because the global ID is the account ID and then the ID field. So we've got the individuals and all that. Oh, yeah. We are getting there. What time is it? Oh, I was going to take a break before I got to this part. I need to get water. I got to go pee. I will be back in a few minutes. Right back. All right. Door feels so much better with water. Ooh, I love how G settings just makes this shit easy. Like the loading is gonna suck, and we're probably gonna have to tweak the serialization when we load, but it's fine. All right. But yeah, how big is this pull request so far? Yeah. All right. Well, we haven't even popped 500 lines yet. This is fine. Oh, and the Pidgin UI one's not even here, and that's 3 lines, right? So we're at 314 changed. Woo-hoo. So. All right. So we got the account. What were the other ones? I should have marked these as we were going. So account. Avatar. Avatar we can't do yet. Creator ID. Actually, this should work. This should work to get the account ID too. Right. No, creator's a contact info. Right? I think it is. Creator. Yep, contact info. That's fine. We just gotta write a different helper for it, right? So creator ID or. That was creator ID. And then it was creator. Yes. Set contact info mapping. Yeah. It's easy peasy. It's gonna be the same. Oh, this is supposed to be alphabetized differently. Or no, set account mapping comes before set. Yeah, that's fine. So it's gonna be roughly this. And just with a little change. The only problem with these is that they're very similar, but just different enough. Info ID, sure. Do we even? Oh yeah, we do check it there. Okay. Yep, we're looking for string, and then we say info equals that. Purple is contact info. Oh, we just make it ID. I don't know why I made the other one account ID, but whatever. Yep. Okay. This thing, like I said, this stuff doesn't take long. It's just it's just tedious, right? But it's okay. Not the end of the world. Creator. The ID of the user that created the room, created the conversation. Some protocols track who created a conversation. This field holds the ID of that user that will be resolved at runtime. Sure. Make sure it works. Oh, doesn't work. Oh, okay. God, now he's paying attention because they didn't even see me not set this. Oh. What's that one? Usually people are so quick to jump on my typos, but actual errors in the code? Nope. What's the beef here? The schema does not... Oh, did I not put in the schema? Oh, it's creator ID, not creator. My bad. None of these have creator. Because the IRC doesn't have this. I could put it in on the conversation on the status windows, but we'll skip that for now. Okay. So then we got the creators. Drafting. Oh, air we have to do. Yep. How do we want to do air? Oh. Oh. G variant signature for G error. We should just be able to do this. No, no, no. So G error has the quark, the code, and then a message. So we should be able to do this directly. Yeah, this will be a little bit weird, but it'll be okay. G quark is just an int, I think, or uint, uint 32. The format strings is where this gets a little shitty, but it's okay. Oh, I didn't even check what was the other one? G error. Oh my god, come on. Okay, so we need a G uint32, a G int, and then a message. Where's the format strings? I just need simple shit, dude. Tuples are handled by handling each item in the tuple in sequence. Each item is handled in the usual way. Yeah, I don't need tuples that way. Or at least I hope I don't. I don't care about maybe types. Where the fuck's the goddamn data types? Strings. S. What is O and G? Oh, O is a pointer to. Wait. Takes a pointer to a G car star. Oh, and sets it to a newly allocated copy of the string. Appropriate string is G for emails. String conversions to occur from standard null terminates G strings. Upon encountering S, O, or G in a format string, G variant new takes const G car star and makes a copy of it. Null is not a valid string. Use maybe types to encode that. If the O or G characters are used, care must be taken to ensure that the passed string is a valid debus object path or debus to. Okay, those are debus bullshit. I don't care. All right, so I need G uint 32. So U. Grab this one. I don't know how the hell I put a default in for this though. So we want to say U D maybe. Error S is what I think. I guess we store as a 64, right? So X, because it just says it's a GN, so it's going to be whatever the native is for the system. So we'll go 64 to try to deal with it. What is D? 32? Oh no, D is double. We don't want that. Okay. I don't know how I encode this as a default though. So we're gonna put 0. Conversation error. This is a serialized G error. Conversation. That could be something. Could hold a kick or ban. That's it. Kick, ban, or similar message. Don't know the comma from the okay. I don't know if this is gonna work at all, but we're gonna find out. That is what we're going to do. All right. It's not error mapping. What does this result to? I think this just becomes the S. I don't know. Sure, I picked the damn common one. It's gotta be in the header file, right? Oh. That's annoying. I really have to, I might have to do that cast, we'll see. So what did we say? We said it was UXS. Error equals G value, get object. How are we? Oh, I was kicking myself. That's what it was. I was like, how are we getting these before? Variant equals G variant new format string UXS. Is there like a? I thought there's a G variant builder. But if not, that's fine. It's debus type. Nope. No, this is fine. All right, and then I'm just supposed to pass stuff in. Probably null terminated. Oh no, it's not null terminated. It's a format string. So this becomes error dash domain error code error message. That's it. Let's watch it explode in our face. Yay. Oh, what was the... There's a warning there. Do I have to make it a tuple? How's it going, Enchanting Wolf? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Um, I'm not super well versed in these, so this might be a problem. But I thought I could chuck a bunch of data together. It's like a struct. But maybe not, because it's not going to know how to do this. Like, I don't want an array. I don't care about maybe types. Honestly, I don't think I do. Maybe types are handled two separate ways depending on the form of as follows. The method that is used currently depends. First way to... Okay, do you want to tell me what a maybe type is first? Maybe? 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 Okay, so it looks like I need to put these in a tuple. I don't know why the string is separate from the rest of it, though. That's weird. I might have to do the same thing, but we'll see. So over here, we put these in parens. And then up here, nope. Cannot parse a value of UXS. Well, what the shit? Oh, it's the schema that's actually failing. So what if we do this? Oh, I don't want to do the whole thing. Damn it. Wouldn't it be nice if there was just a new error? Of course there's not, but yeah. I don't understand how this is different. Tuples are handled by unless U and X are not the right things. But they looked pretty right. U int 32 is U. X is G int 64. Maybe that's a problem? Let me try I guess. Well, this seems silly if we have to do it this way, but whatever. Okay. Gonna parse the value of, like... Oh! I need to... Yep, I just... So, do I just do it this way? I think? I hope? So I get for only reading half the damn error message. Okay, this is invalid. Okay, so it has to be a tuple. Okay, I think I understand now. There we go. That looks happy. Qlogic, do you have anything you want to get an experimental one? I just now realized I have not asked you that question. I didn't build. All right, I built, but I didn't run. All right, so the file right now should not have any errors. Error itself isn't called anywhere. That's fine. We're going to come over here. Okay, you were kicked. Which, where's the room? I think it's this one. Gotta be that one, but we did not get error. Now you can think of? Okay. So the big thing I need to get done yet is the conversation stuff. The mode stuff, I'd love to get it in, but I don't think it's going to happen. Not with the stuff that we have to do in Ibis first. And then there's just the bug on links, which I think, as much as I don't want to do it, we're going to have to figure out how to, if we need like an auto linkify parameter or something like that. But we'll see what happens here when we get there. But why'd my error not get called, yo? Oh, that's why. Because I forgot to update that part. At least I assume that's why it failed. Nope, I still don't see error here. Lovely. Oh. I didn't get the type right. So we're just returning null ahead of time. Oh, yeah! Oh. Should we be storing the domain? Because I'm realizing the domain is runtime specific, or instance specific. Right, so like depending on the order things get ran in, maybe there's a plugin or something got added or whatever, and then the cork ID changes. Not that it matters, we're just going to use it to recreate an error. So it's not like the end of the world. Oh, you know what? Why don't we do that? We can change the cork back into a string, and we can store the string. Right. And then it'll be consistent. Oh, I don't have to do anything down there. I just have to do it up here. Instead of this becomes G cork to string. To string. Yeah. So right now, everything's still the same. Again, we're not reloading this stuff. These are coming back because of that crappy plugin I wrote. So we're going to change the message to say blarg2. Right, so I just got kicked. Blarg2. And again, you notice the position of these are changing, and that's okay. So, boom, there we go. IRC-v3 plugin, error code 0, you were kicked from this. So on load, we can do the same thing, right? There's gcork from string, right? So there's to and from string. And then we can pull that out, and we can actually get the right error code. Yeah. Oh man, it almost sounds like feels like I know what the fuck I'm doing sometimes. Starting with the wrong stuff sometimes, right? But yeah. All right, so we got the error. What else do we got here? Global ID we got. We did ID. Members are going to be a pain. We'll come back to members. Topic, author ID. That's just going to be contact info. And yeah, that's it. Okay. So topic, author ID. The ID of the author of the topic. The ID of the contact info that set the topic. Sure. Don't need to do anything up there. Where creator ID. Topic. Author ID. That should do it. I don't think we have this set at all. So we're not going to be able to check it right now. Like, we can do this, but IRC doesn't check it right now. Which is annoying, but it's, yeah, we just didn't implement it yet. Okay. But we didn't get any errors that I noticed, but let's go through that again. Yep, nothing there. Did I not? No, we did build. Yeah. Okay, we just built the purple because that's all we need to build right now. Cool. All right, so that seems okay. So now it's just members. Oh. And members only get set if the type is not a channel. Because we're not going to try to guess and put everybody back in a channel, right? Because channel could potentially have thousands of people, and that's dumb. So I make a note in here that says, for everything except channels, stored as just a list of contact info IDs. How do I do this? G variant new string V. Oh. No, we don't do it that way. Fuck. I was like, do we? Like, can I get the members as stir V? And I can't, but it's okay. How's it going, Euro? Welcome, welcome. All right, but this is easy. This is, it's not easy, but it's not super hard. In the settings, we're going to say member. Or I'll just say members. Members. Set members mapping. Just woke up, barely reinstating optimal caffeine levels. Yeah. That'll happen. That error mapping, timestamp mapping. G variant. Yes, I said that really weird on purpose. Alright, purple conversation, members. Sorry, members. There's nothing we should really be keeping track of conversation members. Yeah, so like there's like the typing parameter of a conversation, we're not storing that because if the user's drafting, like we reopen, they're not typing, right? Because it just reopened. And likewise, with the conversation members, they're not typing, stuff like that. We're gonna not have their badges. It's probably okay. Or should, oh, we didn't do tags yet either. What else is on conversation members? Member. Badges, contact info. Oh, and also tags. Oh, fuck. So we don't care. Okay, let's come back to this. Well, should we be doing the maybe type for null here? I feel like we should. But does that mean we can use the a null in the default? I don't think so, but maybe. I don't know how the maybe types work. Like, I can guess. Maybe types are handled in two separate ways depending on the format string that follows the M. The method that is used currently depends entirely on the character immediately following M. The first way is used with format strings like blah. In all of these cases, for non-maybe types, gvariant new takes a pointer to a non-null value, and a gvariant get returns by reference a non-null pointer. Whenever these format strings are prefixed with an M, the type of argument that are collected does not change in any way, but null becomes a permissible value to indicate the nothing case. Why'd they capitalize the N? Whatever. Note that the special exception introduced in the array section for constructing empty arrays is ignored here. Using a null pointer with the format string mask constructs the nothing value. Okay, I guess that's a thing. They're trying to make it like a proper noun. The second way is used with other format strings. Gvariant new. An additional gboolean argument is collected for gvariant get. An additional gboolean star. Following this argument, the arguments that are normally collected. Blah, 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 blah. So, okay. S is the one we can care about the most. Oh, right. Okay. All right, so value 3. No one's passed for gboolean star, but 2 giant stars still collected, but they ignored them by passing null? So you can ignore them too. Epic memory leak on your Windows machine? There used to be something you could run on Windows to like force something to dump memory. 32 gigs? Yikes. What is Armory Crate Service? Sounds like some Rust nonsense. Which is supposed to be memory safe and not have leaks. Yeah, I mean, they might have been like in the middle of something and they haven't gotten the chance to debug it yet. It sucks. Oh, it reminds me. I was supposed to have monitoring on Pidgin 3's resource usage this entire 6 months. You know, to watch for that kind of stuff. Stasis software they're forcing to replace their old mobile fan manager. Ah, gotcha. So I thought they're supposed to be. Oh, is it because it's a tuple that you get one null pass for the G Boolean star, but 2G and still okay, gotcha. Because it's a maybe and then a tuple. The tuple is the maybe. That's fucking deceiving though, but. What is M at? Which one was that? That was value 5. Um, Oh, it's a variant. Okay, well, whatever. Ugh. Do we really want to store everything about a member in here? And like, part of this has to, because we need to keep track of their tags at least. Yeah. And launch your PC in the morning, it was like, why the hell are my fans ramped up? And the machine is rendered to compile. Yeah, that's a bummer. All right, well, we got to start with this stuff anyways. Yes, I wanted to die an error there, and yeah. So we say members equals g value get object. If not, purple is conversation members. Oh, but first we say, oh, I don't have the conversation type. Doesn't matter. We have to do this for channels too. Oh my god. So like if somebody wants to write a plugin that like adds a tag to somebody that's like, hey, this guy's an asshole, right? that should track. We should store that. We should keep it up to date. And that has to work in channels too. So the type doesn't matter. But oh, this is going to be a problem. We'll go this route for now, but this is going to be a problem. That is for sure. G stir V builder star builder. No, I haven't used this in a minute. Okay. Builder equals G stir V builder new. Oh, I was like, why is this here? Auto pointer bullshit. Okay. Yep. No parameter. No parameters. Okay. Then. Oh, actually, we'll do it this way. GU int and members equals 0. I don't know. The only way this could work better, but it's still shitty, is if we somehow mapped the settings object into the conversation members. That way we could do subsections in the file, but that would get gross too. Oh, this is, well, we'll see what this looks like and we'll go from there. We're gonna start simple, and yeah. But we're gonna start with array of S. Make this a little bit easier on ourselves. Oh, we can't do that yet. Fuck, how the shit do we do this? I don't think I can store this all in a single setting. we're gonna come back to this. We're gonna do tags first. Tags are easy. I've got an idea how we can work around this, but we are not there yet. Members becomes tags. Oh, purple tags or tags equals no. Oh no, no. What is it? String array. Type string. I think it's type string array. Tag equals G value, get object value, if not purple is tags. Tags, return null. Then we need a store V builder. Builder equals G star V builder new. Then for GU int I equals 0, I is less than. Tags implements list model, doesn't it? I think it does. This needs to change. I don't think we're using it anymore, but deprecate purple dot tags dot get all returns a G list that we should not have on an API boundary. Instead, purple dot tags should implement G IO dot list model. I'm gonna put this for experimental 1. I don't think it's gonna happen, but we'll see. Juno Smarty Pet? Huh? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, right. So we still need to figure out how we're going to get this. The Juniper's router OS? Oh, okay. Gotcha. So anybody that knows Juniper switches, yeah. Maybe? Anybody? Mueller. So unfortunately, I have to use this method right now. Like, it's okay, but, yep. Some advanced route filtering. Yeah. I got nothing. Return data is owned by the instance. Each element. Okay. So I can say for G list star item equals purple tags get all, right? It was all. Yep. Get all tags. Item is not equal to null. Item equals item next. We'll make it I just so shit fits. This is gonna get cleaned up later anyway, so I'm not super worried about it. Okay, so then we are going to say G star V builder add builder I data. Yep. And then we are going to, oh, we can't do it yet. G star V builder take. No, we have to say end, and then we can say take. No, what? No, yeah, that take's not the right thing. Decreases reference count on string vector and returns it as an alternative string array. This function is especially useful for cases where it's not possible to use G-auto pointer. This should be... We still have to say end, though, I think, right? Ends the build process and returns the... No, I don't want the... Decrease the reference count on builder. In the event that there are no more references, release all memory associated with it. Okay, so I can just call unref to stir v. So I should be able to say G variant new string v. Or there's no. I thought there was a stir v thing. Yeah, there it is. Oh, but there's no take stir v. Do I really have to copy this? Oh, that's gonna be a bummer. Like, it's not a ton of data, but it's shitty. The length of the array is specified in the length argument. The data is owned by the caller of the function. Length or -1. I was really hoping they had to take string v. But they don't. Ugh. Alright, well I can still unref to stir v. G stir v stir v equals no. Stir. Oh, and then we still need the variant. Variant equal. Oh no. Stir v equals. Yeah, breaking BGP is fine. Nobody will complain, I'm sure. G stir v builder unref to stir v. All right. kill the builder pointer. Now we have the stir v. So we say variant equals g variant new stir v. Stir v comma -1. It's null terminated. Should be fine. Then we have to stir free v. Stir v. And then return variant. Oh, fuck. Okay. That's alright. I think we could probably move to 82. I don't know how new 82 is, but it's alright. We don't need to use it. Because we can just do stir v builder end. And then, we're using this elsewhere, so it's not a big deal. Ends the build process returns the constructed null terminated string array. The return value should be freed with G star. Okay. And then we need to stir v builder unwrap. Since 68, and this is 82. Okay. G stir v builder unref builder. Right, a little bit more work, not the end of the world. What the? Oh. Fine, then I will cast it. What are you laughing at? Me saying final cast it? I don't know how I do this. Oh. Negative comments where? The tags. Is that for you to make them an Xmas tree with your 3D printer? Like how big of a Christmas tree? Oh, I didn't print any trees this year. I've already delivered some of them, but not all of them. Ugh. Oh, you sent a pic on Discord. Yep. I mean, technically it looks like a tree. Also, you're drinking poison. I can't drink Diet Mountain Dew. Diet Mountain Dew is, yeah, it's festive. It's a festive Christmas tree. It's also something else, or probably could be used for something else, but, oh, where, okay, sure, well, this will work for now. Oh, this will probably affect this here too. Where the, okay, there it is. Properties. Oh, it's just on the scene, it's all fucked up. Cam. Transform. Screen. There we go. That's much better. All right. So here. Turn that off. Ah! All right. I'm turning off the chroma key so I can show you the Christmas stuff I've done. So there's this guy, which is magnetic. All right. So cool. Merry Christmas. This thing's pretty fancy. It's a laser thin. Not laser thin. It's like a millimeter or two. But yeah. Then we got this crazy guy. Merry Christmas. I was playing around with these things, but the filament, it needs to be like 2 layers, and they only did 1 layer. So like the black is bleeding through everything else at 0.2 millimeter height. Like I tried to make it like 0.28 or whatever the most I can do with my 0.4 nozzle, and it didn't work well. And then I also made a menorah for somebody that I have not delivered yet. So we got all the candles, all the shit. And yes, this is a big ass menorah. But this is all I've done for Christmas this year. I'm probably not doing anything else. Oh, but what I should show you. Ooh, so yeah, there you go. Big ass menorah. So. It's about as big as you can print on your PA1S, yeah. I also have a P1S, so, or I have 2 P1Ss. But here, the stuff I did last year, and, oh, there's another thing, but I got to assemble it, so I'm not going to do that. But so I printed these for family last year. And so I help organize a hackathon in town, and we're doing one on December 21st. So this is one prize that you can pick. So the hackathon, it's not like a normal hackathon. There's no winners, there's no losers. People just come to work on shit. And if you decide to present, you get to get a prize. So I have these 2 guys. And yes, these guys are huge, as you can tell. So yeah. But yeah, that's all the Christmas 3D printing I'm doing this year. Well, maybe more, but that's all I got right now. Oh, but the cool thing about the snowman is, boop. Hats come out, stuff. They're all magnetic. Arms come out. The eyes, these particular eyes might be hard. Actually, everything in this guy at the moment might be hard to get out. It's hard to get a grip on them. Oh, but they're also posable. So you can be like, yo, what's up? Right. So, fun times. Get in there. There you go. So, yeah. But these guys are almost, the white alone is almost a spool of filament. It's like 75% of a kilogram. It's a lot of filament. Which reminds me, where the fuck is that order? Well, I gotta check this because this is driving me nuts. During the Black Friday stuff for Bamboo Labs, I ordered, as far as like the end of it, but I ordered 4 refills of white filament, and last I checked, it hadn't even shipped yet. And I ordered it like November 26th or something. The more annoying gift boxes. Yeah, do I bug them at this point? Order placed November 27th. It's December 10th. It's unfulfilled. There's no info in here. There's no email. I bought 1 spool of PLA Sparkle Gold, 1 of PLA Red, a refill of PLL Red, and 4 Jade Whites. You're supposed to ship your 3 new AMS on the 2nd of December? Okay, so I'm going to hope they're just backed up, but yeah, it's a real fucking pain. It's also annoying when like you order on a Thursday or something and you don't get it until like the next Thursday. And it's just like, what are you guys doing? Like, do better. Come on. But yeah, it's never taken this long for me to get filament from them. And I'm assuming it's just the Black Friday deal. But like you want a $1,000 order set on your porch for you? Yeah. This is very true. Oh, how's it going, Paul? Sorry, I just noticed you mentioned here. How are things like tag stored between Pidgin runs? That's what we're working on right now. tags themselves are just strings. So it's just an array. It's just an array of strings. So it is not a big deal. So we can just make it an as the tags for the conversation. Or the tags. Sure, whatever. I don't care if it's actually that. Right. What was that? Do I have to do a parens s? Cannot parse. Oh, the default value. I don't know how to do the default value for an array. This is a problem. Variant. We gotta go to format strings, I think. I don't know how to represent this. Oh, one of their examples, didn't they like put one in here? No. Yeah, so specifically for conversations, what we're trying to do is when you start, so like, say you're connected to IRC, just as an example, could be any protocol, right? And you get disconnected, you lose your internet connection, right? Do you want Pidgin? So like what Discord does in this case is Discord hides everything and gives you a spinner and says we've lost communication, blah, 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 right? Now that works for Discord because they only have one input, stuff like that, right? Now we could do something similar like that for specific accounts when they go offline. But what I want to do instead is I want to show the users everything we knew of the conversation at that time. And then that way they can still draft messages or they can read history or anything, right? Or any history that's in the buffer and that kind of stuff. So likewise, when you start Pidgin and you're not connected yet, maybe you don't have internet connection, whatever, right? I want us to reproduce as much as we can of the user interface. So again, you can draft messages, look through the history and so on, right? So for a conversation in particular, we're going to store the tags and everything else about the conversation so that at startup, even if you don't have internet connection, we can give you an almost complete look that is a snapshot of when you got disconnected. That's the idea. You ordered a Black Friday item from Amazon on the 2nd and it took them 6 days before they even dispatched it to shipping. Yeah, dude, but November 27th. Day since November 27th. This shouldn't be this hard. Today. Calculate duration. Yes, it's been 2 weeks. Nothing. Not even a freaking email. Not even your order's been delayed. Just nothing. So how do I do this? Do I do it like tuples? Maybe that's it. Nope. Maybe that. Expecting comma after first tuple element. Yeah, I definitely need to get a hold of them here soon. And it's just, yeah. But like I said, I keep forgetting about it. And it's like, oh. Like, I've been very busy the past couple days. So it's just like, yeah. But I shouldn't be streaming tomorrow, so it should be fine. Oh, Ray's son of a bitch. Thank you. Oh, so I should just be able to empty. Where is that? Okay, so that's probably not in the format strings. That's probably here. Or not. How do you know this? I do not see a single square bracket here anywhere. Or a bracket, even. But thank you. That seems to have done it. Alright, so how messy is this file now? Yeah, okay, not so bad. Oh, we need to figure... Oh, no, that... Okay, yeah. These are the status windows. The status windows don't have the right type, right? Oh, but then... Oh, no, IRC is setting them automatically or something, and then they're getting messed up there. Cool. But so, there we go. We've got the tags for the conversations. Easy once I use the right thing. G-variant text format. Son of a bitch. Thank you. I'm like, I can't find it in the docs. Let me flail around randomly, and maybe it'll work. Obviously, it does not. All right, QLogic, while you're here, so I realized we should keep track of the member list regardless, for everything, including channels. Because if you like right click and somebody adds an option to like set tag or, you know, set whatever setting, we need to store those tags. And then, so we've got the nickname, or no, we don't have the nickname. Oh, we could have an alias. Did we put an alias on conversation member? I don't think we did. But that's something we might want to do in the future. Conversation member. Properties. We did not give them an alias. But then likewise, we would have to store their badges, the ID of their contact info, the name for display we wouldn't store, but then their nickname, their tags, we wouldn't care what the type and state. But, so, what I'm thinking we're going to do is, when the conversation gets added, similar to the way I'm doing this right now, when we bind all of this stuff, we'll grab the conversation members, and then... Oh, I don't want to do it that way. What I was going to say is we do a separate item for each member, but that's just going to make this file stupidly large. Just stupidly large. SWK, did you do variable height on your Christmas tree? Doesn't look like you did. But maybe? You get better curves with it is all. Smoother curves. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking, I'm like, oh, maybe. But, I mean, the vertical curves. But, yeah. So. In draft mode, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I got you. That explains the ridges on the sides. So. Yeah, I don't know how we do members at all here. Although for now, I think if we just do the member IDs, we're probably okay. It's not ideal by any means, right? But there's no way we can store this in an INI file, right? You go to one single Twitch channel with 1 billion users in it, and you're just wrecked, right? Unless we make conversation members just ignore people after the first 1,000 or something, right? That is an option. Oh, 0.2 layer height. No, that should be fine. Yeah. But like, so oh, down here. Thank you. Come on. So giant snowman arm. Right. So when I was first trying to print these, I was having a real hard time with them falling over. Can't imagine why. Right. So what I ended up doing at one point is you can go here and you can tell it to do quality over speed. So right now everything's just uniform, but you can say quality over speed and hit adaptive, and now the layer heights are going to change to make to try to get a better quality out of the entire model. On high tiny layers, use your okay, yeah, that's fair. So, but yeah, I don't have a resin printer, so I don't want to deal with all the crap you have to deal with a resin printer. The curing, the washing, the tank of resin, etc., etc. Oh, geez. Nice. But yeah, I don't want to deal with resin printers. I really like the idea of them, but I like the FDM hit a button, walk away. Right. That's about 200 millimeters tall. Wow, that's nuts. Ugh. All right. Well, for now, for members, we're just gonna cheat and dump it into, or just use the IDs. Yeah, we don't have another choice. Yours printer is 400 by 200 by 400. Oh wow. Wait, which you're using a different format than I normally use. Is Y depth or height? I'm guessing height. I know there's different names for them. There's left-handed whatever, and right-handed whatever. Because we couldn't even have one standard on three-dimensional coordinates. So you printed him sideways? Okay, so the fact that the 200 on Y, that's just coincidental. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Euro. Yeah, it took me a minute. Like I was not getting it, and I couldn't figure out why, and that would do it. You did an Oni mask. I wanted to do an Oni mask, but they're just too complicated for FDM. Nice. Wait, is that FDM? Oh, the cleaning vapor for cure. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, this has got to be resin. There's no way this is FDM. But so it's not so much that they're too complicated for FDM. It's that I wanted to print them in colors and the right color for it. So, huh. Let's print in one shot. Nice. How's it going, Ivanhoe? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? What kind of resin printer do you have? Because that hackathon I was talking about, which if anybody is in the Milwaukee area, hackintel.rocks. This is the hackathon. Blah 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 blah. An EMAC 3D Galaxy One. Okay. So, anyways, the reason I'm asking is because we're at Forum Labs for this meetup. But yeah, so if anybody's in the Milwaukee area, please come to our hackathon. 20 more. Okay, so we're at 23 now. Nice. 52 spots left. We're getting there. I posted it on Friday. So, yeah. So, you know, like, if I didn't have enough to do, Galaxy One is a beast. All right. Yeah, I don't know much of anything about them. I know Forum Labs has a bunch of stuff, but yeah. But yeah, as if I didn't have enough shit to do at the end of the year here, I'm also running a hackathon. So, it's like, oh, okay, yep. And I will be emceeing it as well. Oh, I suppose I could have shared those links on the YouTubers. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's get this members thing done. Morning, Dan. I am organizing and hosting it. Will I present anything? It depends if I'm able to do anything aside from run the event. Right? That always becomes the problem when you are an organizer. Like, do I actually get to do the thing? Probably not. We'll see. Array of the contact info IDs each member in the conversation. All right, let's go build another one that's going to be done. Set member mapping is going to go right here. And then we're going to be done because I have a call at 9 o'clock in the morning. And yeah. It's got an auto resin feeder, chamber heater, air filter, so you don't have to sniff the fumes. You have a 400 by 400 by 400 UV curing chamber. Curing. I always say it weird, sorry. You got with it. And you have a Harbor Freight parts washing tank modified. Vandal, denatured alcohol for cleaning and not killing you. Yeah. That's the other, like, I got pets too, right? Like, I don't have a workshop. And like maybe I could set something up in the basement with like some exhaust and stuff. That's just too much work, right? Too much damn work. You have a shop. You have to move a couple years ago for the girlfriend's shop. Gotcha. When we moved, you found an old farm. Ah, gotcha. Plenty of room there, I would expect. First thing you go to a shop, you got a 2,800 square foot shop. Jeez. Yeah, that's nuts. You don't mind if using out. You're leaving her alone? Alright. We need to say verbal conversation members or member equals no. Const car star ID equals no. Member G list model get item. G list model members. ID equals purple. Oh, we need the info too. Alright, that should do it, I think. I think we set everything up for this. Nope. Oh, purple is members is not a thing. Fixed routing issue, nice. Did you affect the global BGP or just your local BGP? Because if it's just your local BGP, did you even break BGP? Members. Why is members? Like, this is definitely not empty. This should... Did I wire this up? I must have. Made yourself appear between a major U.S. wireless carrier and two major transit providers. Nice. Okay, we definitely made it there, so we're in the function. That's all wired up. Where are we leaving though? You know, if you used a debugger, you wouldn't have to do this. Like, yeah, I'd have to step through a billion things instead of just run it and forget about it. And then delete some text. Get a customer do worse once? Oh, really? We made it all the way through. So, where's my logic error then? My conversations are still, or my members is still empty. And none of these should have empty members. Yeah. They made themselves a transit route between Hurricane Electric and Cogent. Or Cogent, however you say it. That's a bad time. So do they get all the IPv6 tunnels? Fuck. It's this problem. So, there's a lot of stuff with the list models where you need to call items changed No. Right. So when the members change in the conversation members, it doesn't fire a property change on the members object because there's nothing that changed there, right? So well, if we do this, I don't remember how to use this at all. What else were we using? We were using WeChat Senpai. Okay, right. So even now, we got the join here. Oh, that's fun. I don't. Yeah, we're still at N items 1 because the members list hasn't actually changed yet. So I think what we're gonna do is the members list is kind of a nightmare right now. We're just gonna not do the members at all for the moment, and then we'll figure out the rest of it. And then that way I can actually publish a stamp pull request. And then I can go to bed. Actually, I'm gonna eat first, but it's already 12:30. Oh, no, we need to do the rest of this. So members have a number of things we got to deal with. We got to work around, but it's okay. Country was fighting with everyone, so people just gave up having expectations of any traffic between them and the world. Yeah. Okay, so you saw me delete the file, right? So, yep, we deleted it, and now when we look at it again, boom, there we go. So we don't have members in here. That's annoying, but that's okay. And this file should stay relatively small, right? We're at 1.8K. Oh no. So like, there's a lot of data here, but it should be fine. If we really wanted to go to it, we could do SQLite for this, but I don't think we want to go there right now. But we'll figure it out when we do, right? But right now this will be fine. If we have scaling issues later, we can do whatever. It's fine. So all right. We're gonna show off the Pidgin UI change for a second. Oh, yeah, there's a number of stuff we have to deal with. I'm not too worried about typos and stuff. I'm sure they're there. So we don't really need to do this, but this is just, I think this is easier because, maybe, well, I don't know. Should we do the memory backend or should we just ignore it? Right, because the change then is, we'd have to check if there's a file name and then exit out. This is probably fine for now. I'm not super duper worried about this. Should be alright. Conversation manager serialization. Add serialization support to the contact or to the conversation manager. Members were skipped for the time being as have some signals fix up to notify of changes. And we do need to store them for all conversation types to keep track of tags, aliases, etc. We're not actually going to close this bug, but this is going to be 17. This work now? This might work. Oh. I have this set in the UI, or in the UI settings, where it's supposed to only do the ID and not the title and shit. And you can see it does the title. Fuck off, man. This is why I just copied from the URL. All right, 36.98. Testing done. Join my local IRC servers and verified everything was saved properly. Kicked. Also kicked Pidgin 3 instance out of a room and verified the error was serialized as well. The funny part is I've been avoiding this code for a long time because I was thinking it was going to be super hard and blah, blah, blah. And it turns out it was just tedious. All right. All right. Publish. To implement serialization. You gonna go or not? Probably not. Okie dokie. Alright, we're gonna get out of here. Because I'm tired and I'm hungry. And I would like to go take care of both of those things. We're gonna go raid Elka, who is doing Advent of Code Day 10. If you don't want to join the raid, you can go ahead and hit cancel up above. Sorry, YouTube, we don't do raids from here, so not much we can do. I mean, you can join us over here though if you want. In the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell to get your desired level of notifications of when I'm going to be streaming next. Otherwise, you can find links to all my social media right over here, including a link to my Mastodon, which is where I post when I'm going to be going live. Or you can also join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord, which you can find a link to right over here as well. So, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. And until next time, which should be Thursday, have a good one. Adios.